The May 18, 2021 special meeting of Hawthorne City Council is called to order with all members present. We will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Alex Montero, please.
All right, can everybody stand, please? And repeat along with me. I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you. All right. So the purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the budget presentation from the staff to the city council to discuss the budget. So, Mr. Clerk, please read the guidelines for all communications.
Sure. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.3, the public shall directly address the legislative body concerning items that have been described in the notice of special meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any communications?
No, we have not received any communications.
None? Okay. Oral communication is closed. So ordered. Okay, before we start our meeting today, just for the sake of expediency, efficiency, and in fairness as well, we want to make sure that every single person, when you are not obligated to ask a question, but if you were to ask a question, if you could limit it to one or two aspects of a question, and then give everybody else an opportunity to ask a question before it comes back to you, okay? Just to be fair, and then to expedite, because there might be somebody else who might be asking the same question you are, and you might end up hearing the answer you were looking to, the question you were looking to get answered, okay? Does that sound good, council member colleagues?
Sure.
Well, okay. All right, but thank you. So those are that's the guidelines for today. Item number 4, interim city manager Norris, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp, City Council members. Welcome to fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed budget workshop. Tonight, we're going to discuss the fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed budget. This workshop will include each department presenting fiscal year 2020-2021 accomplishments, fiscal year 2021-22 work plans. At this time, I would like to thank Felice Lopez, Director of Finance Department, for her team's great help and assistance putting everything together. I think it's going to be a very great presentation. It's going to be very unique. I think it's going to be a great learning experience for all involved. And at this time, I'd like to turn over the budget presentation to the Finance Director, Felice Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Felice Lopez, Finance Director. Thank you for the opportunity to bring you the proposed budget for the fiscal year 21-22. And thank you to our department heads for being here to provide additional details related to their department requests. Just for informational purposes, we wanted to mention that a notice for this meeting was published in the Herald on May 6th, and a copy of the workshop documents that you received were placed in City Clerk's office and in the library for public review. So I'm going to go over the expenditures and the revenues, as City Manager mentioned. In your binders contain more information than what I have in my slides, but if you could follow along with the presentation, and then I'll answer specific questions as we move forward. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Felice, did you give, okay, so let's take a look at the first screen. Just make sure that we got copies of that.
You did not receive copies of this, and it's basically what you received in your budget, just a different format.
Could somebody print those out and distribute it to council member colleagues, please? Not you. I mean, if Vaughn has it, he can print it out and just send it to us.
Email me this PowerPoint presentation, that would be great.
Yeah,
Everybody is at a computer, so everybody could open this up. Okay. So Vaughn, if you could you have access to sending it to us, please?
Yes, I'll do that right now.
I'm sending it over to you right now.
Thank you. That's, yeah, I think this is important. Just so later on in the meeting, we don't start like, hey, where's my copy? Okay? All right.
Okay, so that's on its way. So do you want to wait until you get your copy?
I think, did you already email it to us?
I emailed it to Vaughn to print, but I can email it to all of you.
I'm sending right now, Felice.
Okay, I emailed it to council member Patterson since he's not in the office.
I'll take a copy or so, copy, please. Mr. Patterson, Mr. City Manager.
Email or hard copy?
If you send it to us, we can print it out. I have a printer inside my
Okay,
office.
it's coming
But
right now.
my council colleagues might not have a printer inside.
Okay, I can make a copy also.
Okay, Felice, I mean, if you want us to just start kind of talking about it.
Okay. So we will move on to the slide for the expenditures. All right. So our overall proposed budget for the general fund expenditures is $79,369,000 for fiscal year 21-22. We have an increase in the budget from 2021 to 21-22 of 2.8 million. The city council and city treasurer proposed budgets increased about $4,800. And that's in benefit costs. The non-departmental budget increased, or actually decreased by $204,000. And Measure HH expenditures increased by $1,170,000. And this is primarily due to $700,000 in the fire department contract increase and about $570,000 in the 911 RCC operation increase.
Yeah, it'd be good to have the copies so that we could write notes on that, this cover sheets. It might be
Do you
helpful.
want me to wait until you receive it?
Vaughn, are you, Mr. Vaughn Norris?
He's probably at the printer.
Well, yeah, let's go check. I'll go help him distribute it, okay?
But if you look at your,
Okay.
if you look at page 3 of what's in your binder, page
Okay.
4,
Yeah.
page 4 of what's in your binder, that gives you every department budget.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Just in a, it's just a little bit of a different format, but it's essentially the same information.
Thank you. I'll go help him distribute. You could talk about it.
Okay, so we'll move on to the city clerk's budget. There was a decrease there of $286,000, and this is the reduction in election costs. Every other year there's an election, so their budget varies about $250,000 every other year. City manager budget shows a reduction of $224,000. And this is because there was a contract service line item in the current fiscal year of $400,000, and the reduction is mainly in those costs. City attorney shows an increase of $82,700, and that's primarily in benefit costs for personnel. In the finance department, there's a decrease of $205,000, and that is a reduction in contract services. We had an implementation for the financial system in this current fiscal year, so those funds will not be needed in 21-22. In the business license area, we see an increase of $159,000, and this is because there was a transfer in personnel. One additional person was transferred into the department, and there was a request for additional part-time hours so that there would be some help during the busy season for business license renewals. For human resources, we see an increase of $150,000. About $85,000 is in training and additional costs for recruitment, and the balance of that is in personnel costs. In the police department and information services, we see an increase of 1.3 million. About 1.2 million is in personnel costs. But I want to just remind council that the police department had about $750,000 in personnel costs reduced from their budget in this current fiscal year due to COVID. And because part of their salaries were covered by the CARES Act, we were able to have those funds pay for those services. So now we're bringing their salaries back up to a normal level. And if they had not have received the cuts, their increase would have been about a $580,000 increase. Public Works shows a decrease of $288,000. And this is primarily in personnel costs as they work on many different grants, and they're able to allocate the personnel costs to those grants as employees work, a percentage of their time in each of those grants. For the planning department, we see an increase of almost $406,000. This is for an increase in contract services for the preparation of, hold on one moment. It is for cannabis implementation and for
The general plan.
the general plan, yes. And then we see an increase in building and safety of $408,000, and that is primarily for personnel costs due to the demand of increased services and wanting to make sure that our customer service is equal to the demand that we're receiving right now. We want to decrease the amount of time that it takes for plans to be processed in that department. And finally, we have community services and cable. There's an increase of $306,000. This is in contract services for homeless. There's a homeless program, so that's part of it. We also have an addition of a web coordinator, which is about $23,000, and a few other repairs and maintenance that need to be done to a couple of areas. And again, so the total increase from 2021 to 21-22 is about $2.8 million. Is there any question on this slide, or can we move forward to the next?
Council member colleagues, anybody have any question on what they saw?
I have a question to the chair.
Go ahead.
Hi, Felice. Thank you so much. So with all the social media and everything else taking place, who has social media? Is there in community services?
It will be in community services, and that's why we have an addition of a part-time staff for a web coordinator.
So they're handling all the social media, website, and what else?
It'll be the website, social media, and the cable. It'll be including the cable TV area.
And it's part of the cable TV staff.
It will be another program, yes, part of that staff, but another program.
Okay.
If I can step in, Councilwoman English, I can explain this just more in detail. That community services oversees cable TV, and that person will work under both departments, managing social media for the entire city, managing our new update that's set to launch in June, and our social media, and what did I leave out? Social media, website, and assisting with all our web productions. So that person will multitask through both departments to assist in the goals of the city.
You've already hired someone?
No, we are conducting interviews. We're down to 2 final candidates. We will be making a selection next week.
Okay. How big was the candidates?
We had 12 candidates apply and we selected 5 and now we're down to 2 candidates.
Okay.
And they had to actually submit a proposal, their work for staff to review. We
Mhm.
had staff from both departments conduct the interviews.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Real quick, can you repeat real quickly the Measure HH increase and the building and safety increase?
Measure HH increased by 1,170,000. And that is due to the fire department increase of 700,000 and 911 costs as well.
So that's, the contract is embedded in the Measure HH.
Correct.
I know. And then that's okay. Building and safety?
Building and safety increased by $408,000.
Due to?
It mainly it's for personnel costs.
Anybody else? Okay, go ahead. Oh,
Okay.
It's pretty easy to understand the way you have it laid out on that page and on those other pages. So
Okay, thank you. So now we just are going to see this in a graph form. So we can see the percentage of the budget that is spent on different departments and categories. So our police department and info services is about 48% of our budget, which is 38.2 million. Fire services is 17% of our budget, which is 13.2 million. Non-departmental is 15% of our budget, which is 12 million. And this includes our RCC operations, which is about 2.6 million. And RCC is the 911 operations. Our legislative and administrative services, which includes mayor and council, city treasurer, city clerk, city attorney, finance, licensing, and human resources, is 6.2 million. And it's 8% of our budget. And finally, we have public works, building and safety, community services, and planning, which is 12% of our budget at 9.6 million. And just looking at it by category, personnel is about 41.9 million at 52.8% of our budget. Capital outlay is 0.4% of our budget at 317,000. Operating transfers are 2.9% of our budget, or 2.9 million and 3.7% of our budget. Interdepartmental charges, which is cost allocation, liability charges, those are at almost 4.5 million at 5.7%. And then maintenance and operations is 9.9 million, which is 12.5% of the city's budget. Contract services, which again includes the 13.2 million contract services for fire service, is 16 million, 20% of our budget. And retiree and health and employee relations is 3.7 million, which is 4.7% of our estimated budget. Any questions on this slide?
Councilmember colleagues?
After Mayor Pro Tem, I have a question.
Yes, I have a question also.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Patterson and Councilmember Reyes English. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. You're muted, ma'am. You need to unmute yourself.
Felice, are our fire costs fixed or
No.
or does it depend on the number of incidents?
No, it's a fixed cost annually, but it does increase quite a bit every year.
Which means we have a lot of fire incidents. Is that why it increases so much?
No, it increases based on their MOUs, just like the city's contracts with the employee groups. If they receive raises, then that's passed along to us.
And we don't have any opportunity to have any input as to
No.
those costs?
No, they just give us an amount and that's the fixed amount for the year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patterson?
Yeah, just a quick question. What is operating transfers out? What is that?
That is all of our bond payments, bond and lease payments.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Reyes?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Felice, real quick.
Yes.
the police operating costs, we're still at 48%. Can you tell me in the last few years, has this gone up or down?
It normally goes up about $1 million a year probably, and that's mainly due to operating costs and personnel costs.
What, new hire? What do you mean personnel?
No, it's personnel costs is just normal step increases. Again, it's MOU agreements and benefits also go up every year, the health costs.
How many officers?
We're budgeted for 95.
Are we at 95 or shorter than that?
We are shorter. They are constantly recruiting. Every year they recruit, but we haven't had a full complement probably in the last 5 years. It's as we hire, someone retires, and so it's just hard to keep that number.
Right. I know how important public safety is to the community. However, there was a lot of people actually surprised during campaign season that the police department is making more than 50% of the city's budget. So I wanted to address that to assure that the residents that I am asking those questions on their behalf.
And so I'll just mention, Councilwoman, that they do have more employees in their budget than any other department. So that's a big factor. They have about 130 employees in the department. So that's why they have such a large percentage.
Okay. And then when you talk about at the bottom where it says personnel at 52.8%, is that including everybody?
That's the full city cost, yes.
Full city, okay.
Okay, I have a question,
Yes.
Felice. Okay, I think I understand. So like traditionally, you know, our experiences based on our city and other cities is that the public safety costs total like about 70% of the budget. Right now, based on what I see right here, we got like about 65%, right? So I think I'll ask for myself, I'll ask Councilmember Reyes English question in another form. Has the percentage of our budget for police and police services, has it stayed at 48% or has it increased or decreased percentage wise, not dollar amount wise? Do you kind of know what I'm trying to ask?
The percentage of the police budget has always been it's always been about 50%.
Okay, so it's kind of stayed stable, right?
It's stayed stable.
And
Yeah.
then for fire services as well, it's kind of been around 17%, 18, 20 or stuff like that.
Yes, it's always been a large part of the budget. Yes.
So it's kind of consistent. It hasn't changed, right? Okay.
Correct.
Oh, and then so you said staff. So we have about 130 employees over there, but aren't part of those employees part of our the HMEA?
Correct. So 95 of those employees are sworn and all the others are miscellaneous employees.
But their salaries are embedded in the police and fire services column and info services?
Not in fire, only in the police and info.
Oh, okay. So even though they're covered by the HMEA, their salaries are part of that department, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Anyone else, colleagues? Okay, Felice.
Okay.
Thank you.
My hand is up to the chair.
Oh, I didn't
Oh,
see your
sorry.
hand. Okay, if you could go back to that for Councilmember Monteiro. I don't have the thing on the
Yeah,
top. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hi, Felice. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for giving us this slide. It's easy to follow. Actually, no, Mr. Mayor was asking almost the same question that I was going to ask, is that maybe when you put police and information service at 48%, maybe we need to see that, you know, the separate, you know, the police office budget, like, because I can say probably it's about 36%, right? Separated from those other employees. You know what I mean? Because maybe you have to start putting that, so that would not mislead the people.
Well, info services is about 2 million,
Yeah.
2.4 million.
Uh-huh.
But everything else would be for police department related services.
Yeah. So maybe I would love to see them separated, you know, like but on the same category but separated. Like because for example, like I can see, you know, on the other page of police department's budget, you know, we can see basically the salaries from 2021, it was 14,138, and then 2022 is just it just went up about like you said about less than 500,000. So that's is, you know, because when you put all those numbers together, people are thinking that our police department is getting almost 50% of our budget, right?
And we can do that. We can split out the information services if that's what you'd like.
Yes, please. In the future. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, find a way of doing it that does, you know, that's clear for us. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Montero. Okay, Feliz, next page.
All right. So we're going to move into our revenues. And okay, so for fiscal year 21-22, our proposed revenues are $79,477,000. We show an increase in revenues of 3.5 million. Our largest increase, as is usually the case, is in our tax category. The increase here is almost $8 million, from 49 million to 57 million. In our licenses and permits, we show an increase of $549,000. In fines and forfeitures, we show an increase of $300,000. In our revenue from use of money, which is basically our interest for our investments, is actually a reduction of $250,000. Due to COVID, all interest rates dropped considerably, and some interest rates are down to 0.2%. Intergovernmental and state, which includes our VLF fees, increased by $446,000. Our intergovernmental state, which includes park grants, increased by $48,600. Our service charges had a decrease of $147,000, and that's due mainly to our recreational services. Since they've shut down in this current year, we're estimating a pretty conservative amount for the coming year until we see the full effect of where we are once the state reopens. For miscellaneous, actually for other contributions or miscellaneous, we show a decrease of 5.2 million. Last year, for fiscal year 2021, we had a lot of operating transfers and program contributions from our grant funds and our street funds to help during the COVID crisis, and we are no longer budgeting for those transfers. And for program contributions, in Proposition A from Public Works, we see a reduction of $200,000. And that contribution is actually for our police department transit service. And for program contributions from Airship, for the Airship, it remains the same at $200,000. Our total again is $79,477,000. Overall increase of $3.5 million. Any questions on this?
I'll start off with the question.
Mhm.
Okay, the subtotal and the grants, can you differentiate between both of those? Oh, okay, no, I got you. It's a total. So grants and restricted funds.
Oh, yes.
Things that we went out to look for from the government or from the federal government.
So these are all of our grants, our street projects, our Section 8 program, anything that is restricted and must be spent on a specific area. Those actually decreased. So we went from 81 million to 72.5 million.
So our regular revenue sources have increased. So
Yes.
we were yeah, okay. But our total decreased by 152 by 5 million.
Right, correct.
So will you tell us in what shape we are based on that and our needs?
So we had an increase of 3.5 million. So we are hopeful that that actually will increase in the coming year. I think everything is rebounding for at least the city of Hawthorne. And as I said, that our sales taxes increased for Measure HH, $2.4 million. Our Bradley Burns sales tax increased $2.2 million. And we're looking to see an increase in our TOT taxes of about $1 million. So we look pretty good for the fiscal year of 21-22.
I'm just considering and concerned about our cash fund balance, see where that's at. But,
right now, our cash balance as of March 31st, we were at $45 million.
Okay. Well, I like for my council colleagues just to pay attention to this number and see how it ties into our budget as we go along, okay? Councilmember Patterson and then Councilmember Montero.
I was
I think
first.
Carol's first.
Were you?
Thank you. Yeah, I was first.
Okay, Councilmember Montero.
Thank you. Actually, I was going to ask Feliz because you basically, these revenue, you estimating them, right? There is possibility that if the economy improve, we might see additional revenues coming in.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Patterson. Thank you, Councilmember Montero.
Yes, and I brought this up earlier in our conversation, but could you, I don't know if it's possible during this whole conversation, the course of us having these meetings, but could you show me the revenues over the course of a 5-year period? I like the trend of not just the gross revenues, but also I'm always interested in our sales tax, our tax revenue, and having that broken down by category so I can really see how much is from TOT, how much is from UUT, how much is from whatever, and that trend over the course of 5 years.
Yes, and we are hoping to be able to get that to you tomorrow, and we'll distribute that to all council members so that they have the same information.
That's a good call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes English.
Thank you, Mayor. Feliz, when you talk about grants and restricted funds, you said Section 8, is this including the CDBG?
Yes.
You said Public Works. So these were grants that we received. What about the CARE Act monies? Where does that fit in there?
Well, we don't have that included for next year. We received about $1 million in CARES Act for this current fiscal year. We are expecting to see the 32 million that is due to the city of Hawthorne for the American Rescue Plan Act, which we're due to receive half of that this year and half of it in the next fiscal year. So those funds will also need to have a plan for spending and helping the community.
That was what, 35 million? What was it?
About 32 million.
32.
Yeah.
The other question I have with regards to line items, some of the members are asking for, would we wait until July 1 next year to include, like, say, for instance, that would be possibly cannabis, maybe the Film LA permitting, other things that we haven't started yet, but looking to do July 1.
Mm-hmm.
All of those would fall under the 22?
Under 22, yes.
Okay. And there's obviously no projecting or foreseeing that, what those revenues are. But yeah, line items are important, I think, like especially for the TOT tax. And that, and then also we'd like to see, I'd like to see what we lost in the year from TOT.
And we will, as soon as we complete our year and complete the accruals, which usually go into August, then we'll have a complete report for you to let you know what it was that the city actually had in revenue reduction.
And the same for the CDBG. I want to know where that went, especially in personnel. Okay.
Okay.
Felice, real quick on following up on Councilmember Patterson's request. He's asking for a 5-year distribution on our revenues. I think sales tax
Revenue, well, of all revenues.
Okay, and if you break it down, could you do a graph?
Yes. Yes.
Like color coded graph with each line be color coded, etc., so that we can kind of see so that way council members Reyes English's question will be answered. She'll see the ups and downs too. Okay.
Right.
All right. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay.
Doesn't
So
look
now
like
we'll see the graph form of what was on the last page. So the taxes are 57 million, which is 71.7% of our budget. Licenses and permits are 3.1% of our budget, which is 2.4 million. Fines and forfeitures are 3.3% of our budget, 2.6 million. Revenue from use of money is 150,000 at 0.2%. Intergovernmental and state, which is again, the majority is VLF, and that's 11.9, almost 12 million, 15.1%. Intergovernmental county is 126.6%, $126,000 and 0.2% of our budget. Service charges are 2.7% of our budget at almost 2.2 million. And miscellaneous revenues are at 2.4% at 1,940,000. And program contributions are 1 million, which is 1.3% of our budget. And this is actually my last slide. And from this, from here, we want to move into our department presentations. And our first department will be presented.
I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, yeah.
Thank you. So are you able, when you look at the figure for taxes, are you able to break that down by residential and commercial? From as far as property taxes, the amounts received from residential property and commercial property?
We can request that and get you that information.
Because I would like to see that, because I'd like to see if we are increasing our percentage of home ownership. So I'd like to see what, maybe we could do that for the last 2 years. That would be so that we could get an idea of whether residential property, home ownership is increasing or decreasing.
But I would suggest, when we breaking out all the revenues, break out the property taxes as far as real estate tax versus personal property tax. So we can see that whole trend for 5 years also.
So you want 5 years?
Mayor Pro Tem, does that differentiate from what you were asking? Or is that same?
I was asking for, well, I only asked for 2 years, but I'm fine with 5 years. I just didn't want it to be a burdensome effort.
We're already asking for a 5-year reporting of overall revenue, and then a page where it's broken down by types of revenue. And so one of that types would be property tax. And so if you just break that tax out between real estate versus personal property tax.
Oh, well, yeah, it's the same thing, Mayor Pro Tem. It's just more goes further back.
That's fine with me, yes.
Okay.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
since we've been talking about these taxes, I was also wondering how is our gross receipt is calculating when people renew their business license? Because I found that, I want to see the percentage, because I found that it seems like it's low.
On the gross receipts?
Yes. Is that something that is regulated by the state or by the county, or is by each city?
I'd have to look into that unless Frank, do you have that information?
It's by each city because different city, they use different way to calculate their business license tax. Usually it's based on either flat rate, square footage of warehouse, or maybe number of employee, or based on gross receipt. So it depends on each city. How do they determine it?
Okay.
Yeah, because I would like to find out what is the percentage that we charge on a gross receipt, because I know there is a sliding a scale, right? It's like if it's between 5,000 to 10,000 or 15,000, 25,000 to 100 to whatever. But I was wanting to see what is that percentage is.
It's almost about 0.1%.
0.1%. And how does the city increase that? Do we have to go to the voters?
It will be based on the. Yes, it will be based on, probably you will need to do the resolution and go all different procedures because that will be involving the tax.
Yeah, because I think that it's something that I think it's it's low, 0.1. Yeah, that's something to think about for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Montero. Felice and City Manager, I'd like to request that these slides. I mean, there's some questions sometimes that arise on the on stuff. So if you could place these online with an easy to find tab, so that residents can see the breakdown of this.
Okay.
Okay, what you just went over, please.
Yes.
And then if you have a complete budget book, if you could just submit that to the city clerk's office for.
They have that.
They do. They have this. They have this.
They received the same thing that you received. Yes.
Okay.
And so did we. We left a copy at the library as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If there's anything further, they'll let us know. Okay.
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 Mayor, to the chair real quick, I have a
Yes.
question.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. So Felice,
Yes.
with all these requests being made and done and line items and things like this, where can we fit in here any litigation lawsuits that have had been paid out from the city?
Litigation that has been paid out by the city?
Right, loss, in other words, loss.
So that would be that would be part of the non-general fund restricted funds, which is our internal service fund.
Okay.
And that's where we show that those settlements or liabilities have been paid.
Can we
But
see
there's-
that? That would be in there. That would be, you would include that?
So if you, once we get to the city attorney budget, I can show you where that is. We'll get to
Okay,
that tab.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. I think we're good. Let's start with the presentations.
Okay. So our first presenter will be our interim city manager, Vaughn Norris, and he will be presenting our city council, non-departmental, city manager, city clerk, and city treasurer budgets.
Great. Good evening. So this is the new portion that I spoke of before. So we appreciate your time and listening to us as we explain great things about the departments and items that are going to change from the past year. So as far as the city manager's office, policy management department changes from the prior year, we are restoring the $1,000 event stipend for all for the mayor and all council members. City manager's office is adding $50,000 for economic development plan. So those are really big items for this office. Accomplishments from 2020, 2021, city manager's office, along with city council, we were able to manage our city through COVID-19 pandemic. We worked with council to provide and establish a priority list that will give us direction moving forward. City manager's office and the community service department successfully assisted a successful virtual business expo and State of the City. We have communicated with all commissions. Some of the things that we plan to do moving forward in 2021, 2022 is to support council in the pursuit of solutions to redevelop the Hawthorne Mall, develop a formal communication plan that would help communication with the residents and stakeholders and businesses, Develop a city customer service standard and oversee implementation of a focused initiative to improve customer service through the city. That's the report for the non-departments, city manager and treasurers. I'm going to go over the clerk's office, which had a lot of items and some improvements there. Changes from the prior year, we added, or that office added, one new intern to assist the department. Some of their accomplishments is that we filled the position of senior deputy city clerk position. We're going to add potentially $10,000 for training of the staff. They managed the election process to fill the seats of the mayor and 2 city council members. Managed the appointment process of a vacant treasurer position. Assisted in commission appointments through the city to address the vacancies. And a few really quick items that we plan to work forward in 2021, 2022 is conduct a review of the city agreement management process, improve accessibility of agreements, resolution, and ordinance, and implement an electronic signature solution for all city documents. These are some of the things we look forward to progressively do as we move forward for those departments. At this time, if there's any questions regarding the budget or items that are in the folder that Felice, the finance department, did distribute to council members, we can answer those questions at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. So one of the things that I know is that we have an astonishing number of records requests. How is that handled? And do we need additional personnel to take care of that?
Dr. Jimenez, would you like to speak on that?
Sure, and actually we have Ms. Avalos, our new senior deputy city clerk, that's actually working on that process right now, Mayor Pro Tem Valentine. She's actually assessing where we are in the process and if we will need to bring additional staff, or if it's really more having additional software that can maybe make the process more efficient. That's where we are, but I don't know if Ms. Avalos wants to share anything on that piece.
Ms. Avalos?
I'm happy to share. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the warm welcome that I've received here in the city of Hawthorne. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to utilize my expertise to serve the residents. So in terms of response to your question, the first thing is, yes, we do have an enormous amount of public records that come in through the city clerk's office. We're looking at possibly utilizing a vendor to streamline just the public records request itself. Most likely we will need at least one person to manage the project of just gathering all of the documents in terms of codification, to have them organized so that we're able to scan them into a system so that they're going to be more easily, readily available to staff, which will really facilitate the better use of staff overall at City Hall. Secondly, I think we have the opportunity to be able to codify them in a way that we can make them available to the residents. So a lot of those requests will actually already be available to many people online, so that it reduces the amount of staff that the amount of time that staff actually takes to be able to fulfill those requests. So 2 things that we need to do. We may need more staffing, and I'll get a better sense of that in the next couple of weeks. I've only been with the city for 4 or 5 days now. And so I'm still looking at what the needs are in terms of timing, staffing, and different software.
But Ms. Avalos, that is a concern of the department and something that you intend improving moving forward, correct?
Absolutely. I've already actually started just looking at the different variety of documents that you have, so that as we start to codify, we're going to start with the most recent, which would be 2021, moving back and then moving forward, so that we start at some place that's easier for staff to be able to retrieve documents. Definitely.
Thank you.
And can you keep the council apprised as to the procedure you're using to make certain that that this is done and that we have an efficient process? It sounds like you're on track to have an efficient process to do this, but I'm concerned because I know that we have a legal obligation to move those records, and I also know that we're probably severely understaffed for that. So I have a concern about that. So if you need more resources, let us know, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I truly appreciate that, and for the support that is a huge liability for the city if we don't move in that direction to make sure that we have them more readily accessible to the public. Additionally, there's a lot of mandates that are coming online in 2022, which I'll be writing a report just so that the entire council is well aware in terms of what that looks like for liability purposes, and really for just, keeping in mind that we sometimes tend to be, as they say, a penny wise, but a pound foolish. And so thank you for making available resources, because I would like to make sure that that gets completed, hopefully by the end of the year, or at least move to a level where it's easier for folks to be able to find these records. And I've already started the work, but there is quite a bit of work to be done. And so I'm happy to do it. I'm excited to be with the city of Hawthorne and looking forward to making these implementations and the process a lot more easier for staff and for the public.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Through the chair.
Yeah, just one quick comment before. Mr. City Clerk, I know you have interns, so think about maybe using them for this process, to codifying the materials, or if there is a liability aspect of it that they need to be trained and they have to have certifications, maybe that's not the appropriate choice of a work assignment, but it's just a thought.
Definitely, we've already started that discussion with Ms. Avalos. Thank you.
Councilmember Montero and then Councilmember Reyes English. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the our interim city manager and to the Dr. Jimenez, so we can anticipate it that the city clerk budget might go up in the near future, correct? Because if we need all these other resources.
To my knowledge, when this budget was created, it was created for those changes, referring to the party list that the council voted on. So moving forward, we're very positive that we can move in the right direction without increasing the budget. But as Ms. Avalos gets comfortable and familiar with the department, we might have to return to council to see if it's extra money is needed for additional projects.
All right, thank you.
But we have the bounds laid out for us, correct, Vaughn?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Council, was there anybody else?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Councilmember Reyes.
So Mr. Jimenez, I want to ask you about the staff that you currently have there. You said you had how many interns in your office?
So right now there's 2 interns that are paid through City Hall. And then we have Diana, our deputy city clerk, and then we have our senior deputy city clerk.
Okay, so what are the 2 paid interns doing?
They're supporting Diana, and now that Carmen is here, they're also supporting Ms. Avalos. So basically from any type of like daily office work, from picking up the phones, from any requests that are made by the public. They're also helping out in terms of just providing information to the city. So yeah, and I believe I shared the job descriptions with you in the past. But
yeah, but you had a lot more other interns. So right now you're saying you have 2, but I only see a line item for part-time 1,000 hours, 15,000.
So yeah, so in total, they work 15 hours a week. So that's what the total amount adds up to.
So it's 1,000 hours, so it's 2.
Yeah, it's 2. It should be separated into 2, but
Right there.
Go ahead.
They're adding 1 additional intern.
To total 15,000.
The additional cost would be 15,000. Yes.
So for 2 is 15,000, and that's part-time.
No, that's just for the additional. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get to.
As Felice finds that
For the 2 would be a total of 28,000. So plus the Medicare costs and miscellaneous costs, it would be about 30,000 for both part-time interns.
City Clerk, you had a comment?
No, I was going to say, in addition, we have a 3rd intern, but they're free of pay. They're coming in. It's more for the experience for them, but they're also providing 15 hours a week.
Okay, but I just want to be clear. You have 2 interns making 15,000 apiece.
Felice, is that the total?
That was it there, yeah.
And it's 15, so it's basically about $15 an hour for 15 hours a week.
All right, anything further? Okay, I guess we're finished with for this presentation, for this section. Okay, thank you, council member colleagues, for your questions. Thank you, Vaughn, for your presentation on these sections.
Okay, and now we'll bring up our interim city attorney, Robert Kim, for the city attorney's office.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members English, Patterson, and Montero. The city attorney's office have the obvious changes that I'm sitting here as an interim city attorney, which means that we are one full-time attorney short for the time being. The duties and accomplishments for fiscal year 2020 through 2021 included giving legal advice to all different departments and commissions and boards, including the City Council, Housing Authority, Successor Agency, Public Finance Authority, and other employees and other departments. We were also involved in drafting ordinance, resolutions, contracts, development agreements, and reviewing those other contracts that we approved as to form. We have a litigation and lawsuits department. We handle lawsuits against the city on various matters, including personal injury, auto accidents, and civil rights cases involving police officers. We have a criminal prosecution unit staffed by one contract attorney. It was myself and another deputy city attorney. I'm kind of doing various things right now, but we prosecute, basically we review all the misdemeanor cases involving state law crimes, including local ordinance crimes. We screen them out and file cases and handle those cases at LA County Superior Court at Inglewood Courthouse. The prosecutors are staffed in court every day. We handle cases from arraignment all the way through trial, through sentence and appeal, and including sentencing. We also coordinate with other departments and the city clerk's office in going through and responding to the numerous numbers of public records requests that we do get in the city. As well as we have a legal risk specialist that coordinates with the HR director in handling with the workers' compensation claims. And lastly, we have staff attorney representing Hawthorne employees and police officers in depositions and civil lawsuits at hearings, as well as appearing on pitches hearings in misdemeanor and felony cases in which personnel records are being sought by the defense attorneys. And I'm open to any questions that the council may have.
Council colleagues, any questions? Okay, I suppose there's no questions.
To the chair, sorry about that. I was
Oh,
on,
okay, yeah, all right.
I was on mute.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Interim City Attorney Kim. You mentioned litigation and payouts and whatnot due to liability that the city would be in. Where's that item? Where would that item be? Where can I find it in this chart to date as to what we've paid out?
In terms of your liability section,
If you go to the 6th page, or 7th page.
It says number 4, page 4, and then it starts page 1 again.
Right, so go to page 3 of that second section.
Page 3 of the second section.
It says liability at the top.
1902?
Yes.
The second to last page.
Yeah, so it's page 3, so it says liability 1902.
well, the liability, because we have pooled insurance through ICRMA, and it's administered through the AdminSure. So what happens is that we do have self-retention or deductible of $500,000 per claim.
Right.
And the way that it has switched in the recent years is that ICRMA pays up front for all the costs of litigation, including payouts, and then they are invoiced through AdminSure, and those invoices are paid out. So what we have is in page 4, under legal expense liability, that would include some of the payouts, but because it's administered through ICRMA, we have a budgeted of $1 million for that purpose. But that also includes some of the other costs associated with defending lawsuits. So basically, a lot of big percentage of this, it's not just the payout, but the cost, for instance, of obtaining documents for defending lawsuits. For instance, if someone is injured, big portion of the cost goes to a subpoena service that goes out and obtains and make copies of medical records of the person that's actually pursuing a claim against the city. So it's because of the administration through ICRMA. It's basically in a ledger. It's combined with that in legal expense liability.
Okay.
So you would have to see the details of the ledgers, basically.
Okay, so the legal expense liability that's here for 2020 actual 600,000?
Correct.
Yes.
So that's too like current, and like you said, there's more than just the payout. There's a lot more, correct?
There's more. You know, there has been some ledger entry errors. I saw some of the outside counsel billings on there, and because also outside counsel billing is right now administered through ICRMA. So when you get invoiced, some of the there were some clerical errors in not putting that into contract services, for instance.
I was going to say contract services is what I saw a line item here that said contract.
Yes, so there had been some, I guess, misidentification of when we get these invoices from ICRMA. There were some clerical mistake in putting it into proper place, but it wasn't the legal expense liability through ICRMA invoice. It wasn't a huge amount. I believe I submitted that in my legal confidential about some of the mistake that I did discover.
And can you remind me if I heard this correctly? Are we looking to leave RCMA or find something else?
I don't think that's what we are doing at this point. I think we are staying with ICRMA along with most of the cities in South Bay. I think Redondo Beach has just moved out of ICRMA, but in terms of details of that, I don't think there was a time when we were discussing that, but I think for now, I think we're just staying with ICRMA for now.
Okay, so you're helping fix some of those issues in the ledgers.
In starting with, as I had meeting this morning, starting with next fiscal year, what I intend on doing is to have attorneys that are basically dealing with liability and ICRMA. We have one attorney that defends the civil cases.
Right.
And I'm going to assign her to overseeing that all these ledger entries are put into proper accounts. So we may have a different designated accounts for account description that would be more descriptive, I guess, and that would be more simpler to read.
Okay.
Councilmember Patterson, and then Mayor Pro Tem Valentine.
Yeah, real quick, on the idea of just liabilities to the city, is there a way to make it, and the answer might be no, but to easily tell what departments, what parts of the city, what activities are responsible for just being sued and resulting in us having to pay out settlements?
Well, generally, you can tell by the duties and the numbers of employees involved. Generally, the greatest amount of liability would come from police activities. They're out there 24/7, you know, sometimes having to go drive fast, and there are some accidents involved. But I think that's for most cities, you have the bigger liability issues coming from the police department.
Sure. But is there a simple way to be able to tell how much is from what activity from police versus? So, I mean, we understand there's things going to happen with the police because they interact with the public the most.
Yes.
But I'm sure that whole number isn't all police.
No, it's not. So liabilities would include if we have a cracked sidewalk, for instance, or some type of dangerous conditions and people slip and fall and they're injured. That's another liability for the city.
Could you do this for me? I mean, because it doesn't, obviously we're not outlining this on the budget, but could you give me a report kind of detailing that, police liability versus, I'm just make something up, right? Public works liability versus, I don't know, tree trimming liability, what I mean, by kind of department or category, just so I know at that 600,000, what contributed to that.
So you want a specific dollar amounts for those different types of department related liabilities?
Correct.
Um, for which specific years?
Well, just the last year. Just only everything else is just we're just estimating a million for this current budget, but we actually spent 600,000, I would imagine, right, for last year.
Yes.
So whatever we have the actuals for most recent year.
I'll go ahead and make my best effort, and we'll submit a legal confidential for city council members to review.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Montero.
So, interim city attorney, Kim, I'm just, I'm interested in the fact that, has anyone replaced you at criminal court? Because you were at criminal court all of the time. Do we have a replacement for you? And if not, do you need a replacement for your position?
For now, for instance, Monday, I had to appear in court to help out the prosecutors because we had our contract attorney was out of town. So thankfully for right now, we don't have any trials going ahead because of the emergency situation with the court emergency order. Until May 23rd is a current order where this, without getting too technical, it's your right to speedy trial has been extended. So basically in our courtroom, when they do ask whether we're ready for trial, so we have to be prepared for instance, Monday, we had 5 trials set. So we have to announce whether we're ready or not on these cases, whether we have all our witnesses there to announce ready. So if both sides announce ready, then the court, due to the emergency order, delays the trial to a date in June. That's what we've been doing. So, and the emergency order comes from the court judges, and it comes on a monthly basis. So for right now, we don't have any trials, starting. So that, which means that we do have a lot of trials waiting to go. So when this emergency order is lifted, then I may have to start trials along with other prosecutors because we do have a lot of backup trials once the emergency order is lifted. But for now, I'm able to, do my work right now and whatever I need to do as an interim city attorney and help out the prosecutors when I can.
So would you keep us informed as to whether or not you will need additional personnel? Because we certainly don't want to lose cases because we don't have sufficient personnel. And you can't fill, I mean, you can fill 2 positions for a while, but I mean, I know it's a terrible burden, and I would like to make sure that you have sufficient staffing so that you can do your job and also we can win the cases.
Sure, absolutely. I think when we have a permanent city attorney, then we'll be back to full staff. So whatever happens in the future, I gotta just make sure that in terms of our criminal cases that we are able to handle the caseload, regardless of what it is. So, and for now we're safe, but even if we were to hire another prosecutor, because I'm an interim, it's nothing is definite at this point. So I'm just struggling and trying to get by day-to-day basis on a weekly basis.
Okay. Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Valentine, for that question. And that is why, Mr. Intercity Manager and Christine, we need to move quickly on to get the recruitment for the city attorney in place ASAP. Okay, so that's what I propose that for us to have Mr. Kim as an intern for 90 days, so we can be able to recruit us a full-time city attorney. My question to you, Mr. Kim, is about how much is our premium per year for the RCMA?
I believe we have budgeted that amount. Give me one second.
2.5 million.
Say it again.
It's 2.5 million for the 2022 fiscal year.
Two, 2.5 million, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then how many cities? About all the 18 cities in South Bay?
I don't have. It's not just South Bay. I know there are several other cities. The person that would be more knowledgeable in that in terms of exact number of cities would be Allison Stevens, and I would have to ask and get back to you on that information.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Reyes English.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Kim, you mentioned earlier that you had contracts with attorneys that were out and weren't able to be in court, so you had to fill that in. How many? I mean, if we've got contracted attorneys, you're still saying that there's an issue with regards to staffing, and if that's the case, I'd like to know down the road, or you could send us something. Not to hold up anybody here, but how many current contracts do you have, and how many attorneys are on those contracts? So that would be my next thing. If we don't have to discuss it here, because obviously it's a budget meeting, but if you could get us that, I'm curious to know.
Well, I can tell you right off the bat, in criminal prosecution, we have one deputy city attorney who's been with us for 4 years. We have one contract attorney. He's a retired district attorney. He's been doing contract attorney work for us just exclusively in criminal prosecution for probably the last 10, 12 years. He's started working for us as a contract attorney as soon as he retired from the DA's office. So we just have that one contract attorney for criminal prosecution. So because he's semi-retired, he does take some time off. And over this Monday and a couple of days of last week, he had to go to Wisconsin for his grandson's wedding. So that's the reason why we were short.
I see. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, council colleagues. Thank you,
Kim.
Interim City Attorney Robert Kim. Okay.
Right.
Next.
And we'd like to bring up Mr. Wang from Building and Safety.
Okay. Sounds good.
Peter.
Based on the questions we've been asking, it seems like our council member colleagues were kind of thinking the same stuff. So it's good that we're able to ask the questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, Honorable Council Member. This is Peter Wang from Building and Safety. It's my pleasure to present the new budget to you. First, I would like to provide you what we have accomplished in the year 2020 and 2021 fiscal year. In last of the year, Building and Safety implement the internet protocol for the general public who is able to submit their plan for plan check and obtain a permit through an online platform. During the pandemic period, Building and Safety was able to continue the service and meet the commercial and residential construction need and keep the economic rolling. Second, we implement an online inspection request protocol. This new procedure eliminates human error and increase accuracy and clarify the need for construction personnel and private owner. This improves the city personnel on scheduling the inspection route and inspection time. Moreover, it reduced the wait time for the public from 4 hours to 2 hours. In last year, we successfully adopted new California code standard and implemented 2020 city code. Secondly, I would like to present to you our work plan for the 2021 and 2022 fiscal year. We will implement the virtual city project led by the public work and provide adequate and sufficient training to building and safety personnel on the familiarity and accuracy of operating the new Energov software, starting recording record transferring on the logbook data, plan check correction, and inspection record to Energov software. We will implement additional training for the building and safety personnel on the counter procedure, plan check code knowledge, and inspection technique. Also, additional training on the customer service and conflict handling area. We will also transferring all the data, existing data from paper record to digital format and create a digital catalog for future search. This implementation will reduce storage space and facilitate all public inquiry. Finally, to elevate our customer service level, we'll also have the following change. We will add one senior plan check engineer. We will add one permit technician. We will add one part-time building inspector and adding a part-time clerk typist. Thank you for your time and attention. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So formal. Okay, thank you so much. All right, any questions for this department?
Yeah.
Councilmember Reyes English?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wang, thank you for your time. I'm glad more specifically that you spoke on the needs that your department still needs to obviously work on and address, and I'm glad that you're pointing those out today. The reason for that, as you know, the City Council is oftentimes contacted by various constituents that are concerned when they have certain things that are being said to them by department staff, department heads, etc. I want to be able for your department to be on one accord when it comes to communication. I think that's very important, first of all, that whatever is information is being provided to those that are coming and applying for doing plan checks, whatever it may be that involves your department and other departments that you are under, that authority, that those be addressed and obviously worked out to the best of your ability to assure that that complaint, that issue is resolved. So I'm glad that you brought that first with regards to your department and what you're doing to address those concerns. I'd like to see it ongoing. And more importantly, I like the fact that you're trying to automate a lot of the things in your department to assure those fixes are made. And obviously there's satisfaction across the board from many. And this has been something that has been one of my pet peeves. And I get a lot of calls and I get a lot of emails. And I'm asking Vaughn to work those through and more importantly to verify. I understand that every story has a different story, and oftentimes it's miscommunication. But more importantly, I just want to make sure that the constituent is being addressed, the constituent has an answer, your phones are being picked up by your people in your department, and that they're being expedited in a way that gives good customer service. So that is very important, and I'm glad that you spoke on those things first. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my hands up.
Okay, nobody else? Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Peter Wang. I'm glad to see that you're going to increase your personnel at the building and safety, right? Because building and safety is one of the department that is very important for our cities, right? Because that's the first stop sometimes that all the people that wants to create a new business or open a new restaurant or something, they come in for the building and safety. So that's very important. So I'm glad to see some of the directors are online and giving us this presentation. I'm glad Vaughn came up with the idea for each one of you to present us your budget, because that I think is very important. And I love the idea. And that is where when we brought Vaughn as interim city manager, we told him, I said, go ask each department what is their weakness, what is their strength, and what their needs are. So for us to be able to address those issues. So I'm glad to see that it's happening because based on your guys' presentation so far, I see that you are addressing your goals that you accomplished in 2021, and then what is going to be 21-22 that is critical for us to maintain all the department to be customer friendly, be flexible, get the people what they need, right? Because that's what each department have to be accomplish the need of our residents, of our constituents. So I'm glad to see that you guys are addressing this issue, and it's putting on the budget that increase personnel, because all the department has been on a skeleton crew for many, many years, right? Since the times of the furlough. So I appreciate all this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peter Wang, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next department or next group?
Okay, so the next one is finance. So I will give you a brief summary. So the finance department manages the fiscal operations of the city and maintains the financial records in conformance with generally accepted accounting principles, in compliance with state and federal laws. The department's primary functions include financial planning and budgeting, disbursement control, revenue administration, accounting and reporting, grant management, purchasing, payroll, and business licensing. In this current fiscal year, there was a reorganization of finance to include business license. We actually had a transfer of an administrative clerk to the finance department, and this clerk currently processes all of the daily mail, is a backup for city manager's office, and is also performs clerical duties for the finance department. Our finance department had a reduction of $205,000 in contract services now that we've implemented the Munis financial system. Accomplishments for 2021, again, we implemented the financial system, and this includes GL, payroll, accounts payable, and grant reporting. We implemented the employee self-service portal for payroll time entry, and council doesn't see that because you don't have to enter your time, but all employees now have 24-hour access to their payroll records. We completed an analysis of the general fund revenues, and along with the HR director, we began the process to review our 457 plan options that are offered to the employees. We also issued an RFP for audit services, and we decided to continue with the current firm, which is our RAMS auditors. And we adopted a new purchasing ordinance. For the fiscal year 21-22, our goal is to develop a plan to address the city's long-term OPEB liabilities. And I'd like to bring up Mr. Frank Feng to give you a summary of the licensing division of finance.
Thank you, Felice. So for business license in 2020 to 21, we are able to, business license are able to process all business license renewal by the usual deadline, even though we have one staff short and during the COVID-19 period. So for 2022 work plan, we would like to implement the virtual city hall project that lead by the public work department. And we were going to implement the recommendation from the development permit procedure analysis to make sure that we can have better service to the public regarding the business license renew and the new business license apply procedure. And we are also going to improve the customer service for the both business license and AP. In this way, we can better enhance our customer service to make sure that customer, when they call us, we will answer them. At least we will answer the phone and help them as soon as we can. So, and we are also going to review the planning, film permit application, and to find out if there's any way we can make it faster. So it's in this way we can also help the general public. Thank you.
Okay.
And if there are any questions for finance, we are available for questions.
Let me take a quick.
I have my hands up.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I hear you.
This is for Frank or Felice. So, 2021. Can you tell us how many new license were processed and how many license renewal that you guys processed? You have a total?
I don't have a total right now, but I can go back to you. Give me about 5 minutes, or let me answer other question, and I will get back to you after.
You can email it. We can email it tomorrow. Okay, no big
Yes,
deal.
I will do that. Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Reyes English?
Thank you, Mayor. You caught me when I put something in my mouth, so.
Okay.
Mr. Thing,
Yes.
I too want to address what you just mentioned with regards to things that you want to ultimately implement in your department that's well overdue. I can't say enough. I said it earlier to Mr. Wang and his department. I'll repeat it again to your department. The importance of not just customer service, but picking up your phones and listening to what folks have to say. Again, the complaints that we get from constituents and those alike having to do business with our city in not just the last year, but in history, lacking. And I'm glad to know that it's going to be improved under your watch. The automated services, I think it's a good thing. I think that personnel needs to be cross-trained altogether and ultimately rotated out. I think it's important so that everybody has fairness. More importantly, it's transparent, and everybody at the end of the day can do more than one task at a time. So I thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing the results of that in your next report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quick on my end. Yeah, so just piggybacking on what Councilmember Reyes English is mentioning. So we need to have constant improvement. It can't just improve for like 1 week, 2 weeks, or a month, and then all of a sudden we return to the same stuff. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
The employees there, if they're hearing this, they need to understand that we get the complaints. So you know, they represent us, and if they're not representing us well, then they need to represent us very well. Okay? And so you need to take whatever action and training, etc. And after that, you know, okay.
Mr. Mayor, City Manager's Office is working with Frank and Felice and his department and that division to improve those shortage. So
okay, yeah.
Be assured that we're working on that continuously.
Have I received any issues or complaints in since the turn of the year? I have not, but it was previous. I maybe received one, but so we just like need some consistency. Okay.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the truth. It's really the truth. And, you know, we need to be honest with those employees, you know, and say, hey, you know what, at some point, we got to look at what's going on here. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Frank, and thank you, Felice.
Thank you. And we'd like to bring up now Ms. Tomikawa from Human Resources.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Christine Tomikawa, Human Resources Director. The Human Resources Department provides support services for the city's full-time and part-time employees. Those services include recruitment and selection, classification and compensation, training, leadership development, benefits administration, employee and labor relations, and workers' compensation. For our fiscal year 2021 HR accomplishments, some of the items that we assisted with is one of them is we assisted the finance department with implementing the Munis ERP system. We assisted the city with COVID safety and processes and precautions for city employees and returning city employees safely to the workplace. We are in the process right now of reestablishing performance evaluations for all city employees. And we're also in the process of labor negotiations with five memorandum of understandings as we move forward. Some of the changes that we have in our fiscal year 21-22 budget, we are looking to increase our training costs so that way we can provide, as the interim city manager said, we're looking to provide some more customer service support citywide. So we're trying to add dollars in order to kind of help move that forward for across the city, as just an entire enhancement in all of our departments. The other thing that we're looking to do is add a full-time HR manager position to assist with supporting some of these goals, especially with a citywide customer service training process or training plan. And then with reestablishing evaluations, a lot of department heads, supervisors, and employees will need probably some more support from the HR department to navigate kind of the management of evaluations, things of that nature. So if at this time, if you have any questions, let me know.
I'll start it off real quick. My hope is with the reviews, the employee reviews, that they're mostly constructive. That the purpose of it is to help our employees succeed. Of course, if there's some gross violations or gross inadequacies, I mean, that are just so extreme, you know, there's that those reviews also kind of allow for there to be corrective action and etc., you know. But my intention is for that to be constructive and to help our employees grow, not just to be punitive. Okay, so I just hope that I hope that they, you know, that they're built that way. Okay, Councilmember Reyes English, and then Councilmember Patterson, and then Councilmember Montero.
No, Ms. Valentine had her hand first.
Well, I didn't see that. Well, we'll do it like this, and then Mayor Pro Tem. We'll squeeze.
I'll be the last one. Don't worry.
Okay.
Thank you, Christine. Real quick. Folks must have heard that the council was going to be talking a lot on, you know, strategies and implementation of customer service and the need for more. If anything, you're absolutely right, Christine, when you talk about evaluations. It's been years in the making. Folks understand this, that there hasn't been any evaluations for some time. So I'm looking to interim city manager and Felice, excuse me, not Felice, but Christine, working on those efforts. And again, you know, constructive criticism is always good. And because it's so long overdue, it oftentimes seems complacent, like, you know. And I want the workforce to understand that the council is here to support you, but at the end of the day, you know, it was said that we often get all the complaints from constituents and a lot of other you know, contacts that are made our way, and so that's very important. So is our morale and keeping our morale lifted, especially during the time of COVID and all these challenges that came across. The nervousness of hosting events and functions around testing and things like this is something that, in my opinion, is concerning. But at the same time, I want you know, everything that we can to safeguard our employees, and I think we've made efforts to do that through implementation of testing of our employees, to assuring that they're home, working from home, not here. All of that is important, but I do hope at some point that we take a look at how we're also contracting out for services and goods, and I think that's important too. That if anything is needed in that way of services and goods through contracting, that we make the appropriate RFPs for those requests, and then ultimately that we get people back to work. We need people back here at City Hall. I think that's important. And we need hands-on. So I hope everyone in the leadership understands the concerns that I have with regards to saying just that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna go to Councilmember Patterson, then Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Montero. Go ahead, Councilmember Patterson.
Yes, I just, Christine, I just want to make sure that the evaluations we're doing are 360 evaluations, so that, you know, there's feedback from superiors, feedback from those that are being supervised, and people that people are interacting with on a day-to-day basis.
So, interim city manager has spoken to me about the 360. We had already started kind of the evaluation process back in December to try and prepare for the upcoming year. And so, what we're looking to do is hopefully first implement just getting used to having the evaluations. And then as we move forward, hopefully next year, we'll kind of look at the 360 evaluation to see how we can incorporate that.
Are you saying that the evaluations are already done?
We have created a new evaluation form that was based on some of the prior evaluation forms the city has had. And we've already done some training with our department heads and supervisors to understand how that form is going to work as we move forward. And we're kind of going to be in the process now of trying to get it to move forward in the next couple months.
Yeah. So I brought this up, I don't think numerous times over the last few months. If the evaluations haven't begun, I don't see why there's no reason why you can't make sure there's total feedback. It's pretty standard, practice. I would say it's standard practice when it comes to those that are in management, for sure. Those are in leadership positions. It's the only way to really get a great understanding about the effectiveness of anybody in leadership. Otherwise, I don't know what you guys are doing.
Okay.
So, I mean,
we'll look into it. Yes.
Can you provide us feedback on that within the next couple of days, Christine, with the city manager, to see what the viability of doing that is?
Absolutely. We'll look into it and we'll report back.
Yeah, we don't want to go, I mean, that's so it's not just a one-way evaluation is what you're talking about, Councilmember Patterson. It's like giving the evaluation to the employee and the employee being able to respond. Is that what you're saying?
No. And this is not a new concept, right? I covered this when I did my master's 4 years ago, right? In industrial organizational psychology. A 360 evaluation is essentially where there's feedback from everybody that you interact with. So it's not just who you supervise giving you feedback, but also people who, and it's a certain amount of, you don't know specifically the names of everybody that's saying what, but there's feedback from not just the person that supervises you, people that you interact with on a day-to-day basis, and the people that you supervise is giving you feedback. Just like when you're, I don't know if you ever taken an online course. At the end of that online course, they ask for the students to give the professors feedback. So it's just feedback from everybody that particular employee is interacting with. So we have a full understanding about not just how well they say please their person that supervises them, but how well they're managing the people that they're over, and how well they're interacting with the people that they're, that are their sidelines.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you guys could give us the viability of that, like what he's asking for.
Understood.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Patterson. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Mayor. Christine, we've talked about this before, the need to have an employment manual. I had one when I was at the FAA, and it's an important guide for every employee to know when they walk in the door that these are the rights and responsibilities that they have. This is like their contract with the city when they walk in the door. It has all of the regulations that they are that they are required to comply with. It has all of their statement of all the benefits they're entitled to, including their retirement benefits, because that will change depending on the date that they were employed. And so I think it's important, I think it's critical that every employee has an employment manual, something that they can go by that explains their rights and responsibilities. So I know that this has been worked on, and I wanted to find out what stage is it in? When do you think you'll have it done? And what's the timeline?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. So we have been working on the personnel rules probably again since around November, December of last year. We're in the final draft of it, and it's looking that I'm going to be sending it out to the associations for their review. It is the personnel rules, and they kind of marry with the MOU. So the MOU is the main document that all employees, depending on where their position is covered by, the MOU is the main document, and then the personnel rules can supplement what the MOU maybe does not cover. So I'm hopeful to be bringing those to you in June.
All right, that's great. So, and then what will be the process after that? When will it go online, as it were?
So once council reviews and after the associations have reviewed and had their ability to meet and confer over the personnel rules, then the council will have their turn to review it. And once you guys approve it, then it will be posted.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up. Councilmember Monteiro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me understand. The city of Hawthorne, we do not have an employee handbook? Because, that means we're violating the unemployment EDD standards.
So we have the Muni Code, which basically has been the other guidance for any type of rules or regulations, besides a few standalone policies like the harassment, discrimination policies, things of that nature. We have a standalone policy, but the city has not had a comprehensive personnel rules in place. So that's what I've been working on.
It's got, hold on, Mr. Mayor, because I have a lot of questions. It's kind of, I'm stunned, right? Because even me that I'm a nonprofit, have different business, we are mandated to create an employee handbook that have everything in there from workers' comp, from their benefits, how many hours they have on vacation, sick time. All of that is there, and an employee, when they hire, they have to sign that they receive the employee handbook, and then that form have to go on their files that they have read the manual, and they sign and give it back to me. And that also, it's been done in nonprofit business, and like I said, I done for the cast for the preschool. The school district has the employee handbook. So I'm surprised that we're lacking behind on this thing. So I'm glad that you've been talking with Ms. Valentine, because yes, we do need because I'm kind of like shocked because all employers in the United States, and especially in California, we have to have employee handbook. Okay, so that has to be done. The other thing that I want to talk about a little bit about evaluation. You see, when it is customary, even for the teachers, because I have gone through the process of evaluate the superintendent and some principals and some teachers, that we usually, there is a 3 process. The staff evaluates her or himself, and then the supervisor goes and evaluates the staff. And then they go and they sit down and talk about it. And then I'm the executive director. I'm the last one to see that evaluation and go talk and sit down with the staff and talk about to agree, and then come up with a plan for maybe promotion or plan for profession development, because their weakness on some areas. So we create a plan how we're going to make sure that the staff is going to have some training, retraining, or some profession developed to be able to accomplish what all the needs are for individual person if they're not meeting the goals of our standards, right?
Setting expectations, setting goals, for sure.
Exactly. So those are kind of things, and I would love to see. I don't know if it's okay with our interim city attorney. I would love to see a draft of that evaluation that you guys are drafting. I think the council should see a draft. Okay. And the other thing that I want to talk about is because not just because human resources is one of the departments that has to have their, like I said, communication, they act together, because that is where the staff comes to to ask questions, right? If they have questions. So you have to be able to give them an answer, immediately or 24 hours or respond to emails. And also, I want to see how you guys, the process of hiring people, because I heard sometimes it takes too long to hire somebody. So I want to see the process, and maybe there is a way that we can speed up the process down the road, please. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it for now.
Okay,
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, sir. Very good. Yeah, let's get that up. Let's prioritize the employee handbook. I know you're leaning on the municipal code, but that employee handbook would be something that would round off our complement of things that we have coming from your department. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add to that, HR director and emergency manager have discussed the employee handbook, and we are conversating, and we know that's a high item that should be taken care of. So please be at ease that we're on top of that and that we're moving forward with employee handbook.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Valentine, and thank you, Councilwoman Montero, for touching on that. And if you guys, I just received an email from Frank Feng through your city email, so that should have some of the information I think you asked for, or part of it. Okay, guys.
Thank you, Frank. I think I asked for something else.
Yeah. All right, Felice, next group.
We'd like to bring up Chief Ishii from the police department.
Hail, Chief.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'd like to briefly go over some highlights of the police department, some things from last year, and also the plans for this upcoming year. As mentioned earlier, we are currently staffed at 89 officers. We are funded for 95. We are actively recruiting right now. And we hope that by the end of this year, we should be up to close to the staffing of 95 officers. As a reference, we've been at 95 for at least 5 years or 6 years now, 5 years or so. We were at one time staffed for 100 and one officer, or at least 100 officers at one point. And we did cut those 5 officers, and we've been at 95 since. As far as support staff, we're at about 57 hired right now. We do have openings, and we are actively hiring in our record staff, our traffic staff, mainly for our support staff. And as again mentioned before, we do cover the city information technology services and animal control. So I think somebody had asked earlier to split those out. We should have that information to you also, but they are very intertwined with the everyday police department activities. Not only that, but hosting and helping other agencies that's also. As far as some of our goals for this upcoming year, obviously the hiring and retention of our staff is at the top priority to make sure that we have the resources here to provide our public safety services to our community. Last year with COVID, everything was focused on that. And as we come out of the pandemic, we will be doubling down on our community engagement. As you've heard of, our bike team will be implementing that as a full-time position in the next few months. We intend to have our Coffee with a Cop program out there. Our business meetings, our plan is to engage with our business owners, to have regular meetings with them to make sure that their needs are being met by our police department and the city. We'll be launching our community academy, also known as the Citizens Academy, in the next few months also. To our members or to our community members, so that they have a very good understanding of what the police department does beyond just the surface of what they might know with all the things that we do. And lastly, on the community engagement side, we intend to re-engage with our neighborhood meetings to have a representative at the monthly meetings or the quarterly meetings for all of our neighborhoods, just so that they have a voice into our police department on a regular basis. And that if there are any issues that come up, we can address them immediately and do that. So coming out of the pandemic, we hope that our community engagement will increase as we were doing prior to that. In addition to that, we intend to increase our EMTs and our paramedic program, as we've discussed with Dr. Nakagawa leading the program. Another item that I mentioned before is to really completely restructure our customer service at our police department, at our front desk. We are hiring community service officers, and once we get them on board, we do want to implement a public sector type training, customer service training, so that people that come to our police station, you know, a lot of them come to the station and they have a lot of issues. They have problems, and we want to do our best to make sure we provide the best service that we can at our front counter. So we'll be working on that. And then also, I think I mentioned a while back is our partnership with Department of Mental Health with LA County and Department of Children's Family Services. We have a great partnership with them. We're ongoing talks with them so that they'll house their staff here at our police station, and hopefully be a launch partner or a test bed so that there might be calls where they can go out and provide services even before our officers get there or with our officers to get there. That is a hot item. It's a very high priority for not only us, but for law enforcement in general. And so we want to see if we can address that. A couple of items. We've contracted with a new animal services vendor in Inglewood, and with savings we're anticipating at around $9,000 a month or so. So hopefully we'll provide good service, even better service, but also bring some savings to our city. One more item is our jail. We are looking to sign contracts with 2 cities, neighboring cities, to provide housing here for their people that they arrest. And with those 2 contracts, we're anticipating an increase in revenue of about $350,000. So we are looking to try to help offset some of the costs of running the police department and also providing a service to the surrounding agencies. Also, I mentioned this before, but I do want to reiterate our goal this year of doubling our training, especially with the last year. We had to hold back on a lot of training, and we are bringing a lot of those items back. But we are looking to double our training hours for our officers on use of force, implicit bias, and principal policing, and also de-escalation. We believe it's obviously a huge importance for officers to have the best training and be up to date on those policies and procedures, and we are doing that now. Quickly on our information, our IT services, some of the major projects you've heard that we are assisting with the Munis implementation in finance, the EnerGov implementation. Also, we are expanding our public Wi-Fi, especially in our parks. We'll continue to do that, city-provided Wi-Fi for our community. We are also adding speakers and additional cameras to our parks. And what the speakers we intend to do is be able to communicate even before our officers get there, maybe helping de-escalate situations so that we'll have real-time, not only video, but also audio that we can communicate through in our parks to really keep our parks as a priority, keep our parks safe. Our IT staff just upgraded the computers at the senior center and continue to work on helping with the remote work program, online program for our city services, as you've mentioned or we've discussed earlier. But the big one, especially that's been happening now, is beefing up cybersecurity. There are cities around in the LA region that have been hacked, and it's caused a huge disruption. So we have a great IT staff that are working on that, and we intend to make sure we're at the front of that. And then a couple of software pieces that we're looking at. We're looking at one where we'll get real-time feedback from our community on citywide and police services by getting feedback through their phones or through email, just so that we have a good understanding of what our services are, what kind of services we're providing, and the level of service and the satisfaction we're getting from our community. So those are some of the software items that we're looking at. As you know, last year we had the pandemic that we have dealt with. We've had around 10 protests, including, I believe, 3 at SpaceX throughout the year that we were able to successfully manage without any major incidents. And throughout the year, and we will continue to do that, our focus continues to be on our businesses, to be engaged with them and to make sure that they have a voice into our police department. As far as our strategy in policing, we continue to go by the Hawthorne Safe Initiative, and we'll continue to work on our 5 major areas, which is our schools, our businesses, our parks, our traffic, and our neighborhoods, to make sure that all of them are being addressed and doing our best in that. We are looking at maintaining the same levels of employees here. We are not asking for any extra employees, and we'll continue to work hard to increase our services to increase our value to our community. Lastly, crime is on the rise, and this is not just a Hawthorne issue, but a region issue. And we are working hard, especially our gang unit, our detectives and our patrol officers, in the increase that we've seen in some shootings and some gang activity throughout the city. That's pretty much an overall of the police department. I'm available for questions.
Okay, let me just see. We'll give it to Councilmember Patterson and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Chief.
And then Councilmember Reyes English. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, Chief, could you talk a little bit more about the revenues that the police department brings in from providing services to neighboring cities and agencies?
So we, through the IT services, one of the services that we provide is managing the RMS and CAD software through RCC. And by managing that, we do bring some service revenue to that, to the city, along with our traditional ones of parking fees and any of the police report fees that we do. But the major ones that we're seeing is the jail outsource and also our school resource officer. We have a partnership with Centinela Valley that they are paying for one school resource officer.
What about, is there any revenues we get from use of our, trying to find the term you guys use, the helicopter, what do you call it, the airship? Or is there any revenue from that, or revenue from use of any of the armored vehicles that the city has? I know we house a vehicle from another agency.
So we traditionally do not charge for the uses of any type of hardware or armored rescue vehicles. That's used on mutual aid, and it's a partnership with all of our agencies. The one that we're housing here, it's a regional one that all the Area G or the South Bay cities use, and it's housed here. So traditionally, we are not looking for revenue. As far as our helicopter, when they do go to another city for an emergency call, it is just that, an emergency and a mutual aid, and we are not charging for that. If they are asking for a helicopter for some sort of event or you know, a marathon or something, then we do charge them for that.
That's the same thing for I forgot the gentleman's name, but the doctor.
Yes, the medical director. So the medical director, the contract, there is a contract that is written to provide services to the other city, but that revenue it's to the city.
Okay.
For his compensation, yes.
That essentially goes directly to him.
Part of it, yes.
Okay. And then I had another similar question about revenues. So, asset forfeiture. Could you, and maybe the finance director could help, but could you explain how that works?
Sure. So most police departments, when they seize either cash or you know, products or what, not products, but cash mainly through narcotics related arrests. At the end of the case, if there is cash that is part of the case, then a lot of times the police departments or the city would receive that to be spent on narcotics related expenses. So we would whatever asset forfeiture money we would have, we would reinvest into our narcotics team to cover costs.
I'm just being curious. Is the police department able to keep all of the cash that they seize, or is it a percentage?
It's case by case,
okay.
But it's not all of it. No, it's a percentage depending on each case.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. So Chief, I wanted to ask you about broadband because I know the police department has been instrumental in helping the city implement broadband. Can you tell us about broadband and what your plans are for that?
I hope our IT manager is on here. Maybe he can help me. There he is. Thank you.
Good evening. Do you have any specific questions on it?
Or... Oh, I just want you to talk just a little bit about it, to explain to the council what it is and what the plan is, what it will be used for, and how what you've been doing to help implement it.
So specifically, we've been working with the South Bay Council of Governments with the South Bay Fiber Ring. We've been implementing a much higher speed internet access data link that will enable the city users access for cloud services, our regional public safety partners to latch on to Hawthorne provided systems, as well as possibly allowing some of our radio traffic for our regional partners, including transit, to utilize. Also, it will allow us, once it's fully implemented, to provide higher data rates to our existing Wi-Fi access points in our city parks.
And do we anticipate eventually getting it, having all of the residents have access to it in some fashion?
That is something that we have explored in the past, but as of right now, the city doesn't have the capacity to manage a system like that, but it is something that we have talked about.
But we have the potential to do that, don't we?
There is the potential, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes, and then Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Chief, thank you for your report, and you touched on a couple of things that I'm glad you did first before I did. I think it's important that your policing force is going back into the community, able to meet with their constituents. Like previously, community policing is important to be out and about, to not only provide a safe haven, but more importantly, to communicate with what's important to the residents of Hawthorne most. You speak on briefly on peaceful demonstrations taking place in Hawthorne. I've participated in those. I like the fact that they've been peaceful. And I also have addressed the issues where vandalism and things like this have taken place among our businesses. That is not something that is acceptable for either myself or the city of Hawthorne. The concerns of windows being blown out along the boulevard that are covered up with board, that's something that I think we still need to understand what's taking place there and how it's being done and how often it's being done. This is something that's been addressed to me by some of the businesses along that strip. And I think you know which businesses those are.
Recently?
Those have been something that are still covered up in board.
Okay.
And I don't think they've been able to open up because of the continuous windows being blown out, either by BB gun or pellet gun or something like this.
Okay, we'll reach out to them.
And I don't know where they are with that, but that's important. And then the fact of you have, police officers on bikes that are taking the boulevard, and I've run into them a couple of times myself, not physically, but in my interactions here in the city, coming and going. All very important. I like the fact that you touched on that. I was hoping that there would be a replacement for Lieutenant Williams. I know he was instrumental in the community. I know he was well liked and well known in the community. Ultimately, something like this is important. And if there's someone in your agency that could maybe step up to the plate to do that, obviously that's something I'd like to see. With regards to, you talked a little bit about customer service and things like this. in my history, in my current, I should say, oftentimes, as you know, constituents will reach out to us. They'll want to inquire on their loved ones who might be in jail currently, not familiar with what has occurred, things like this. In my time with the city of Los Angeles and, emergency crisis response and things like this, I was the liaison between the police force and the residents. It was someone that was neutral. It was someone that was not of a police agency in nature, but one that was mutual and could understand from both sides, especially the family and that individual that might be going through the system. So good customer service is always good and helpful. And I know you all are trying to do your best, especially during this COVID times, but we're opening up. We see a light at the end of the tunnel, and I do believe too that our police force needs to be present and as much as possible. I still have concerns with regards to things that I see out in the community that I've witnessed myself, that I will later on speak to you about, so that you can help me understand how certain things like this that I see works, and if maybe we could address those so that there's a better understanding, at least from me.
Sure.
And again, I appreciate the time you're taking to give us an overview of your department and ultimately how we want it to continue to grow. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Montero, and Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question after that?
Yes, I have another comment.
Okay, Councilmember
Another
Montero.
question, actually.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Chief, thank you very much to present your department and to present your budget. I have to commend you and your office, because 2021 was a pandemic and you guys did not slow down. You're out there every single day, 24/7, protecting us, protecting the business. Like we said, it was a challenge year, not just the pandemic, but all about the protest that was going on across this nation about policing. And thanks God that we had established a good rapport with our community. And that is where we saw no violence in our community. We saw peace demonstrations. So that is towards the leadership that you have provided to the community by going out to the homeowners association, to all, meeting them, coffee with a cup, now, police is on bikes, working with the schools, working with the homeless, you guys connect with the homeless, and even despite people complain that you guys do sweep, but I know you don't do sweep, so you just help them, so all these things is a beautiful things that happen in our community, and we have to take our hats to you and to your office, because you guys put yourself out there, and we saw a lot of people that call because their mother, their relative have died of COVID, and you guys respond,
Right.
And I got one guy calling me, said, thank you, and thank you the police department because they helped my mom with my brother, so all those things, it's a beautiful thing to happen. I want to ask you a quick question about grants. That you guys have been looking grants to the Justice Department and, even at the federal level and the state level?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we are actively looking for grants. We do have grants that we have. I don't have a list of them now, but Felice and I work through it, and also Captain Tomatani. So yes.
Yeah, because I remember when I would use at the school district, we used to collaborate a lot in writing grants
Yes.
to get money from the Justice Department to do programs, gang intervention, youth development, all those kind of stuff. So I would love to to continue for us to do that. The other thing that Ms. Valentine brought about the broadband and Wi-Fi, right? About a few months ago, I was talking to Jen Vogel. So if you guys can collaborate with Subway Web, John Vogel, because I told him to bring me some Wi-Fi, to the city, especially in the area of the Monita Gardens area, because of all apartment complex there. People have difficulties to go online, especially during this COVID. The kids with the virtual classrooms, they had difficult logging in. So I would love to see us maybe down the road, come up with Wi-Fi for the entire city, but maybe we can start on the east side of the city and then move towards the west, right? All right, appreciate it. And thank you again for all your service, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So, Chief Ishii, I know that that the police department works extensively with the youth, and some of our residents, now that we're getting ready to open up again, some of our residents would like to know what those programs are. Can you just give us a brief overview of what the police department does in the community working with the youth?
Well, the good problem is can't be brief. There's a lot they do. I would ask that if they can go to the hawthornepolice.com website, we have them all listed there. And also if maybe through you, give us their information, we'd love to reach out to them.
Okay.
And see if we can provide any sort of activity or resources for them.
But I think it's important that the community knows that you do have an extensive youth program.
We do.
And that, yes, and that it's all part of the community policing, which we really appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, council member colleagues. Appreciate it, Chief Ishii, and you have the full support of the city council. We all support you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
And the guys and gals of the department. All right, Felice, next.
Okay, we'd like to bring up Mr. Leung and Mr. Faroki from Public Works.
Okay.
Thank you, Felice. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Tonight, I'd just like to share with you some of our accomplishments in fiscal year 2020-2021. We have developed and implemented a new pilot illegal dumping hotline program. We completed Hawthorne Airport noise study. We also constructed and completed 7 capital improvement projects. And these projects include Perry Avenue Improvement Project Phase 2, local street improvement projects, street inlet retrofit project Phase 2, and rehabilitation of runway and connector taxiway at Hawthorne Airport. And we also completed housing roof project 2020 and did a roof project at the police department in 2020. And we also upgraded the basement AC unit at City Hall. In this fiscal year, we also received and awarded 6 grant funded projects. And during the COVID, we improved the customer service by virtual review and approval of encroachment and oversized load permit online through the internet. We also developed and implemented a COVID-19 disinfecting response team. And lastly, we completed CARES Act reporting. For the upcoming fiscal year 2021-2022, we have the following work plans. Actually, before I go through the work plan, I just want to mention that due to the additional grant funding that we receive, the upcoming 2022 Public Works general budget is $280,000 less than the 2021 budget, and which is going to be a saving to the general fund. So for the work plan for the next year, we will continue to oversee and manage the illegal dumping hotline program. We will design and construction plan for 5 new capital improvement projects. And these projects include Rosecrans Avenue Phase 1 and Phase 2 improvement projects. We also have a projects for Northeast Hawthorne improvement projects and Moneta Garden improvement projects and 120th Street improvement projects and also another improvement projects on El Segundo Boulevard. We will be also managing construction for 5 new capital improvement projects, and this include Holly Park and Ramona Park projects, 120th Street improvement projects, sewer improvement projects, Perry Avenue landscape projects, and pavement rehab at Hawthorne Airport. And lastly, we will coordinate the following environmental events, and this include paper shredding, electronic waste, household hazardous waste, Earth Day, and the annual cleanup event. And that conclude my presentation.
Okay, let's see, who do we have? Councilmember Valentine.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So, Alan, thank you so much for all of the work you do. As I drive around Hawthorne, I am so proud. It is so beautiful in so many places. And wherever it's not beautiful, you're working to make it more beautiful. I'm so proud of our city. I can tell when I leave Los Angeles and drive into Hawthorne, all of a sudden I can drive smoothly. It's an amazing, it's really a difference. It's really a difference. I can tell the difference. I said, oh, I'm in Hawthorne. I know, because I can, my tires are no longer making sounds as I drive along. So I want to thank you for that, for keeping the city beautiful, for always aggressively going after grants. I know that's Arnie's legacy, and I know that, and I just hope you'll keep it up, always aggressively going after grant money, because we've been so fortunate with that. So I want to thank you for our beautiful city, and I just want to thank you and thank the staff, and please know that whatever support you need, you'll get it from the city.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes English, and then Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Alan, for your report. I think it's important that we continue to work with Republic Services to address our dumping issues. I think it's important that you're taking the initiative to assure that that line is being answered. I've tried that phone number and it's never answered. Matter of fact, I've tried several numbers on the website and there's misleading information as to which is the correct number. So if we could just finally eliminate those numbers that are not the number to call for request and put the correct number, that would be very helpful.
Okay, we'll take
and then more importantly, assure that that's on our website so that everybody sees that number on our website and that's the correct number. You made mention on some improvement projects and things that you're working on, and I could already see those along Prairie Avenue, 120th, some other areas in the city, including Rosecrans and Rosecrans and Prairie. When they do those types of constructions and there's bus benches and metro stops at those sites, it's the city that's ultimately responsible for posting those changes, correct?
Actually, we coordinate with Metro, and they are the one who come out and either post them or temporarily close or relocate the bus stop until we notify them that they can restore back the existing.
Can you make efforts to reach out to them? Because at Rosecrans and Prairie outside CVS, across the street from Pollo Loco, I saw a poor man running after the bus because there's no curb for the bus to stop to pick him up because of all the construction that's going on there.
Actually, the construction out there has been completed. The curb has been installed. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
including the bus bench.
And then the other thing is on Prairie at 120th, there's only one stop, which is on the west side of the street on Prairie, and you have a line that's going all the way back past Costco, actually near the basketball courts. And that's because of the construction that's happening inside the medium area. But can you also do a dedicated sweep cleanup the before and after fireworks?
Yes, we can do that. That's a good idea.
It's an issue, and I was going to bring it up with the chief. I hope there's a dedicated line for complaints 2 months before, 2 months after. But the problem is the fireworks, the debris that's left behind on our streets, on our curbs, and no one seems to clean those up. They use the street to light up the fireworks and then just leave them all there. So you could be, you know, proactive on that and assist with clearing that debris. That would be wonderful. And then of course you're making all these efforts to get grants and things from Caltrans and Metro and things like this, which is always something ongoing. And I'm sure Holly Park, the Prairie Avenue, and all those that you've worked on, those grants is appreciated. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Montero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alan, for your report. Yes, definitely I have to agree with Ms. Valentine and Ms. English that, public work, you guys work very hard on that department to make sure that our streets, maintain the level of pavement, and it's constantly working. One thing that I want to ask you, because in the past, I used to get some emails to say that expect delay on, say, Prairie or 120 because of construction. And I haven't seen those emails lately. Okay, so I don't know who used to do that. I think it was Doc Kraus used to do that. He used to give
that.
Yeah, he used to give us an update about to expect delay because of construction, because of, like, for example, I know, for example, I try to avoid Prairie because it's a lot of traffic, right? All that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about, because remember that we talk about parking, a big issue in the city. And I wanted us was to come up with a plan of action, like a parking study, because a lot of people in the past was coming, and pay that, I think it was $10, $20 to paint the white in front of their houses, right? And I was thinking, if we would do like a parking study, and then instead of people coming, maybe the city would take that ownership to go, to say, okay, so making those T parking like 9 feet in front, like, so people will not be, parking in the middle. Instead of 2 car parking, will be only 1 car, right? So maybe we, to figure out what can we do to help our constituents, our residents, to teach them how to park right? It's basically because they don't, sometimes, they don't take in consideration of their neighbors. And the other thing that a lot of people complain to me is about some of the streets that have restricting parking, that they have permitted parking, and then sometimes all those spaces are clean, nobody can park there. And somebody told me the other day he had to walk 6 blocks to get to his house because it was permitted parking only, but all those permitted parking was empty, but he couldn't park there. He had to walk 6 blocks to get parking to get to his house. So I don't know, what can we do? I know it's a lot of issue about parking, and I know it's not just your department. I have to talk with the planning department to figure it out. How can we ease this pain of parking? That's my goal for you, 2021, 22, okay? So think about those, because I know it is a challenge, because, we see more cars on the street. And now, especially now the COVID is ending, and we're going to have a lot of other problem issues out there. But I appreciate all the work. And the other thing to keep in mind is those bulk items that I know you guys have been doing a tremendous job sending Ray, to the yard to pick up some of those bulk items that Republic Service not picking up. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember colleagues. Thank you, Alan. We appreciate you and your group's expertise. You have a great, a good, well-trained team over there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, and now we'd like to bring up Mr. Sujiuchi from Planning Department.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This evening, I'll present to you the budgets for the planning and code enforcement divisions that make up the community development department. Just want to highlight some accomplishments first from this past year. In addition to the number of ordinances and amendments that we take before the Planning Commission, just a few of the highlights that we're working on currently and initiated was the Veterans Housing Project. We're currently working still with the consultant. We're in an exclusive negotiation agreement with them. We'll be taking some critical amendments to the project so that they can get the maximum amount of points to seek their funding to continue on with the project. We've also, as you know, most recently, we are working to implement your cannabis business program. So staff is continuing to work on that. One of the biggest accomplishments that we're proud of is we were able to obtain about $610,000 in grant funding That was for two separate grants. They're being used to implement and pay for a portion of the City Hall virtual project that many of the departments are using to implement efficiency. Also, it's going to be funding some of the portion of a general plan update. There's a certain updates that are required. One of those being the housing element and also the safety and environmental justice element. So we're pretty proud to have gotten grant funding to do that and save the city some money. Upcoming, we have in the budget, and you'll notice one of the bigger increases is a general plan and zoning code update. That takes up about 200, we're estimating about 250,000. And that's why you see a large increase in this year's budget. That general plan is your blueprint for the city. That guides the city in its direction. I was surprised to come and find out that your elements or your general plan hasn't had a comprehensive update since 1990. So about 31 years. And it's something that's desperately needed. Actually, the state of California recommends that the cities and counties update their general plan on a comprehensive level every 10 to 15 years. So this is by far the one city I've worked for. I've never come across one so outdated. So I'm hoping to initiate that update for this city. We do make amendments throughout the years, but again, we just don't have a comprehensive update for the blueprint. And it's critical because it reflects what the city's goals and policies were at the time of adoption. So if you can kind of envision, you're working off of policies and goals that were envisioned 31 years ago. And so you really need to update that and set those policies and goals for today, 2021, and maintain your updating after this is done. The other project that we will continue to work on is we all know we're all our departments are cohesively trying to improve our customer service. So planning along with all the other departments will continue we're going to seek additional training. We've already gotten some assistance from one of the job programs. So we now have a part-timer helping us with phone calls. And also recently, and I will state that, we plan on hiring some code enforcement part-timers, at least one, to help with the weekend and evening enforcement issues. But I will say that's not included in the budget. That was something that we're working on, and we will propose that. We also want to continue our training for our staff on land use, environmental laws, and actually department procedures to become more efficient. This past year, there was a consultant that worked with us in improving our procedures. So we hope to see that report and then begin to implement some of those concepts that he's going to bring forth to us. Along with all the other departments, we'll be focusing on implementing the virtual City Hall project modules. There's a module for both planning and code enforcement. And so we'll be going through that along with all the other departments. Again, we'll continue supporting your cannabis business program and working with whatever consultant you select to work with. At this time, that concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Valentine.
Thank you.
Then Councilmember English.
So I fully support your initiative to update the general plan. My question to you is, what do you need from us in order to make that a reality?
The general plan is pretty extensive. Again, I've not done an update that's been so outdated. I did do one that was about 10 years old in a previous city. And so there wasn't that much to update. This is normally, I've only seen it done through our consultants. We usually do an RFP, and thus you see the higher cost. It's a lot of community outreach. Again, this is the blueprint for the city. that takes in community input and of course yours as the elected officials. And so this process is very time consuming and it's not done in 1 year. This is usually done over 2, sometimes 3 years, and making sure that you're involved in the community, again, setting the policies and goals for the year you're in, which is 2021, 2022, and updating that from 1990. So, I think your participation when we go through this would be definitely hope that you would provide that as we go through this process. And I think that's the best way you can support this document.
So the first thing you're going to do is to initiate an RFP to hire a consultant. Is that how it starts?
Yes, there's a number of consultants who provide this service. Actually, we're working with one now, DeNovo Planning, who's currently updating 3 of the elements, the housing element, the environmental justice element, and safety element. So there may be some cost savings depending, since they're already working with the city, they already understand the city, they're doing the community outreach, that perhaps they may bid for doing the additional elements. And maybe there's some cost savings there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes. Councilmember Reyes English?
Ma'am, you're... Oh.
Yep, sorry. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Greg. So a number of things, and it sounds like it's being echoed across the board from all departments. Customer service actually hired somebody to pick up the phones. You talked about your housing, the veterans housing that you're working on, a number of things that you're working on. I would support an RFP, but if you have somebody already in-house doing the housing element and all these other stuff, I would, obviously see how we could possibly look at updating our code amendments and zoning and things like this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think for the most part, the code enforcement is important, especially in the evenings and the weekends. That seems to be the ongoing issues that we continuously see. I don't know if there's any Felice or some funding through CDBG, Community Development Block Grants, to maybe secure a code enforcement officer. But I really want to see your department improve, especially with customer service. And then obviously, the training, the phone etiquette, the things like this that, again, the complaints that I get. So all of that is important. And more importantly, just the assurance that things are being done in a way that is not delaying folks, especially when they have work projects at home that they're working on and they need permits and need planning and plan check things done efficiently and quickly versus having to wait. So that's important. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Slow down, Montero. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Montero.
Councilmember Montero, I said.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg, for the update and the presentation of the budget. So I was wondering if that comprehensive plan that we did was in 1990. So can we just say that we're going to create a brand new plan because it's been 31 years? So can they just start to build us a brand new plan for the city of Hawthorne, right? That's going to take us until, I hope, to 2035.
This is the first time I'm going to be working on an update for one so outdated. So I would imagine that it will actually probably turn out to be a new document.
A new document, yeah.
But there's some elements that may not need a whole lot of updating. I mean, you have some things like the conservation element. We don't have any new wetlands or wildlife areas that we need to update, but maybe there's new policies and goals we want to look at. So there's some elements that, it's just a comprehensive update that just needs a quick look at. But you have your major ones, such as your land use element, your circulation element. I was looking at our circulation element, and we're referring to levels of service that were done in 1989. And I'm sure that that Ellen from Public Works probably cringes hearing that, but that's how antiquated this document is.
Yeah, and the other thing, I'm glad that you're also working, to bring the part-time code enforcement. But I was wondering also about if you guys have a plan to address the shorter of your senior planners inside of your department, because you guys are shorthanding there, right? That is where all this project is coming to us, is the fact that things are not moving expeditory like some of the people would like, right? So I wanted to figure it out that you guys have a plan to address that need.
Yes, I guess we can work with Vaughn and see how we can add that additional capacity. I know we were monitoring budget expenditures, but definitely use the help. Even myself, I recently grabbed a code enforcement shirt, so you'll be seeing me out there to help out also. But that's what our staff does. We pitch in where we can to make things keep going, but we could always use additional help.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that you guys have to address that, because I think we definitely going to need another senior planning that is full time. It's not part time, right? So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Patterson.
Yeah, I'd just like to agree with Councilman Montero that whatever staff is required to make sure that office runs efficiently, I'm in full support of.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Greg. We appreciate your support and your group's expertise. Thank you very much. Felice?
Okay, we'd like to bring back Mr. Norris for the community service and cable presentation.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Excited to see what's happening tonight. I think it's working out great. With that being said, I'm going to move forward. Before getting started with my narrative and what we have going on in the community service department, I'd like to say that the addition of cable TV, we're very excited about that. We're very enthused and energized having those individuals join our team, and we working together expect great things out of those two departments. So with that being said, some of the changes from the prior year that we implemented a virtual brochure in light of COVID. It went over very well, and we're excited about printing those brochures moving forward. But it was a great way to reach out to the community during COVID. We had added one additional homeless coordinator per the council approving us to do that. We're looking forward to retain those services with grants moving forward. Some of our accomplishments from 2020, 2021 was repurposing our staff to help for COVID-19 testing. COVID-19 testing actually concluded last month, and we were testing for almost a complete year. It was a great asset to the community, and I'm sure we saved a lot of lives by doing that. We secured a new food vendor for our seniors, Torrance YMCA, to provide Meals on Wheels for our seniors. We secured a partnership with our Little Helpers to provide meals to youth in Hawthorne during COVID. We served over 25,000 meals. We provided seniors weekly meals, delivering them with our staff that we repurposed. Our Fine Arts Commission commissioned right before COVID a mural at Jim Thorpe. We implemented protocols in the community service department in light of COVID-19 to bring back the community safe to the parks. We actually gave a quarterly update on the 5-year homeless plan to implement a plan to address homelessness in the county. We had a donation from Ice Cube and Nancy Lieberman for a new basketball court, Dream Court at Holly Park. We incorporated 20 virtual classes and 10 drive-through events during COVID-19. We established an online tree request service. We also added additional funding for our homeless coordinator extended by the county. Those are some of the highlights from the past year or this current year. Moving forward for 2021, 2022, We're looking forward to begin construction at Zella Davis through Prop 68 grant funding. We're in the final phase of approval through a competitive grant. We're looking forward with the help of Public Works to do groundbreaking for Holly Park and Ramona Park improvements through Prop A. Lastly, one of the last construction projects is Jim Thorpe. We're going to do a total replacement of the playground equipment there, add playground structure, and revamp the basketball courts, all paid by per capital grant LA County. Those are some of the things that we have coming up in the new year. We're very excited to hit the ground running, and I'm able to answer questions at this time.
Any questions? Okay, I don't have any questions up. All right.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Well, thank you.
And last but not least, we have Ms. Mack from our housing CDBG home properties.
Hi, Ms. Mack. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. It's a pleasure to be before you tonight to just share what the Housing Department is doing. I'm the Housing and CDBG Programs Manager, and I oversee the CDBG and Home Program, also the Housing Choice Voucher Program, as well as the City Property Affordable Housing Program. Our budget is proposed to be 21.2 million for this upcoming year, the 22 fiscal year. And the current year, it is at 16.7 million. There is an increase there from CARES Act funding through HUD. And there are some dollars there that are not mentioned that are coming on board from the American Rescue Plan that the Housing Department has recently received as well. So in our current fiscal year accomplishments, it's a pleasure to just mention that we made it through COVID-19 and we were able to still produce. We were able to still assist our residents and tenants. We were able to still keep our programs running and meeting our deadlines. And even though HUD provided many waivers for us, we were able to, you have to use a couple of them, only have to transform our program slightly in order to make sure that we were able to assist our residents, which is great because that means we don't have a lot of backlog that we have to go back to. And now that HUD is putting everything back in place, correct or fix or work on. So we had a good system in place and our strategy worked to our benefit. Throughout this time, the funding that we received for CARES Act helped the Section 8 department or the Housing Department with acquiring laptops for our units, which they haven't had in the past, which allowed us to work from home during COVID-19. We had programs on those laptops that allowed them to answer their regular office phones, so we stayed in contact with our residents as well. We were able to process our interims and annuals on time, though we did have to stop doing in-person inspections, right? For safety reasons, but we did continue them virtually. So business went on. We made a way where we saw a roadblock, we figured something out and it worked out. So our program is on point as it stands right now. We're still a high performer as far as HUD is concerned with the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, in which we intend to maintain that status also. We also implemented, as I mentioned previously, the Assistance Connect program that we're working through a few bugs with to go virtually like everybody else is doing to really add the convenience to owners and tenants and applicants of our program to be able to go online and apply and submit documentation and check their status and really offer a self-service feature at their convenience. It doesn't take away the in-person work that is required and the customer service that we'll be doing face-to-face, but it does offer a service that wasn't there before, and that is a benefit through COVID-19, as well as the IDIA scanning system that we also put in place at the exact same time, which is assisting us with going paperless. So those are great benefits that came out of these trying times. We also implemented the Emergency Rental Assistance Grant Program, which is still ongoing and processing and has been a great benefit to a lot of residents. I get calls from owners and tenants who are so grateful for the assistance that they receive. They understand it's a process and they're working through it, and we work with them and they work with us. So I know you've gotten some complaints, but I gotta tell you, I feel like I've gotten more compliments than complaints. So I'm very proud of this program and how it's running. And I look forward to continuing to help the residents as we can. And you may get more complaints because we know the eviction moratorium is coming to a head and there's pressure behind that. and people are like, I need money now, I want it now. Keep in mind that the city of Hawthorne has a resolution in place that extends that by 30 days. So if they don't extend it, if the state doesn't extend it, then Hawthorne has already extended for additional 30 days. So that is a benefit to our residents, but we are working to try and get the applications that we have processed so that there is some comfort level there. Additionally, the city has received 1.8 million through the CARES Act funding. We also received, which I'll be speaking on later down in some future council meetings, 2.1 million in the American Rescue Plan funding that was provided to us through the HOME program. So that is some additional funding that's not currently listed in our budget, but it is available to us and cannot be listed as a substantial amendment until the fall. So look forward to using those funds as well. What we're currently doing, or what we plan on doing in the next fiscal year, is, staying the course. We've been putting out fires, we've been reorganizing, we've been trying to get the housing department where it should be, and it's a lot of work. It's one supervisor, myself, covering all of these programs and trying to implement them in a timely and efficient manner, and it's getting done. I have a great staff who works well together, and that is a great asset to the city. We regularly attend harassment training, at least once a year since I started there. I make it mandatory that we do harassment training, that we do customer service training, which we're scheduled for next week in our unit, and also that we do fair housing training, so that when we do reach customers and speak to them on the phone, we are equipped with the information that they need to understand how to move forward with the problems and issues that they have. Additionally, we are this year going to implement, or the next fiscal year, implement commercial facade improvements. I'm actually really excited about this because we have Inglewood right next door, who's putting up all this new projects and making it look fresh and new. And we want to look that way too. There's some businesses that need our help, and we'll be able to offer this. And it's just going to be a great advantage to the city. So I look forward to that. We're still looking forward and working on our 5 to 10 year plan for the rent increases for the affordable housing units, because the rents are very low. Though I hope that some additional funding comes around, some much needed funding to do some rehab on these units, to make them some really livable, energy efficient green spaces where people can call home. Our city properties should look the best in the city. And additionally, we will be continuing to implement the ERAC program. We will also be starting up very soon the Emergency Business Assistance Program for small businesses and micro enterprises, which is also a great benefit to the businesses, with helping them get back on track and bounce back from the effects of COVID-19. Just like the American Rescue Plan, we don't want them to take 10 years to have to recover. We want it to be a lot quicker than that. And so that's what these funds are intended to do. Also, we will continue to collaborate with community services and the homeless task force to work on different programs that would assist the city's homeless population, including pallet shelters, or safe parking, or whatever we can come up with to assist these needs. We hear the residents, we hear the advocates, and there's work to do, and we're here to do it. So we're on track for that. Also, with the Housing Choice Voucher Program, we are looking to try and pull more vouchers. We have to be, like I said before, it's a balancing act with how many new lease ups we can do, but we're being very watchful and mindful, and we're taking advantage of every opportunity to pull off the wait list to get more people housed. And also, as it relates to the Housing Choice Vouchers, similarly, there's a new program that's coming out that is funded through the American Rescue Plan, where the city has allocated 66 emergency housing vouchers. That'll be coming to you at next week's city council meeting, where we will be able to assist, high risk individuals, homelessness, those at risk of homelessness, veterans, those who deal with domestic violence and human trafficking, and a few other things that these emergency vouchers are there for. So I'll be presenting that report to the city. So, we're figuring out ways to deal with homelessness, and we're taking advantage of every opportunity that's coming before us. Lastly, we'll also be determining, what we're going to do with the 2.1 million through the American Rescue Plan, and how to use those funds to either, acquire, rehab, or create just some new innovative idea in the city of Hawthorne that puts us slightly above the rest, or greatly above the rest. But that's the end of my report, and it's a pleasure to work this housing department.
Okay, let me see. Councilmember Montero, I think Mayor Valentine.
Ms. Valentine was first.
I was first.
Ms. Valentine was first, yeah.
And then who else? Councilmember Montero and then Reyes English. Councilmember, go ahead.
I thank you. So I want to ask you, Kimberly, about facade improvement. So I think it's a wonderful idea. I'm just curious, who's qualified for that, and what funding will take care of that? Who's qualified, first of all?
So normally it's a targeted area that we choose. So it's the local businesses, and we select an area. We send out an application or invitation, and those that apply can qualify. So it's the businesses that are on your Hawthorne Boulevard. There's no business that doesn't qualify. It's yet to be determined what the program will look like, whether it'll be loans and grants like it was in the past, whether it'll be just all grants. So that is yet to be determined. But as long as it's a business that's licensed in Hawthorne, then it qualifies for the assistance. And it has to be the low.
And then what would be the scope? How many businesses would you be doing? You know, I mean, I assume you'd be doing it based on the availability of a certain amount of money. So what would be the scope?
Correct. So the idea is around 14 businesses, and the scope of funding for it is about 1.4 million that we have earmarked right now to put towards that project. That is CDBG dollars that will be used for that, along with some rollover funds from that program. The exact scope of the work can be as simple as, you know, a paint and fix or sign changing, or it can be a little more in depth to changing the structure of the outside of the front of the buildings to make them more uniform, or just whatever the city council pleases.
So is that something that are you going to be working on a proposal then and bring it back to us? Is that how that's going to work?
Absolutely, that is correct. We will create a proposal for you to review and discuss, and then we'll move forward with creating an action plan for it.
Okay, and so you're limited by the CDBG dollars, right? But are there qualifications based on some criteria? Is this COVID money, or is this some other funding?
This is from our standard award. So this area has to be a low to moderate income area, or even a blighted area if necessary. And so all the standard qualifications to receive the CDBG dollars will apply to this. This is not COVID CARES Act dollars, so there's no waivers as it relates to it.
So I'm just wondering also, in the future, could we add COVID dollars to it? Because it seems to me that businesses like that, businesses might qualify based on the fact that it would help them to, help them recover from the catastrophe they suffered over the past year, and changing their facade and upgrading their facade would help them get customers. So it seems to me that we might be able to include them in COVID related funding.
I agree. And I think you've probably stumbled on the first project that we can use for the American Rescue Plan funding that we received, that 2.1 million later on down the line, that we can continue this process and do it in phases in a couple of years or 3 years. It doesn't have to be something that's immediate, but absolutely. And the city can also use the Housing Rescue Fund, the American Rescue Plan funds that it receives as well to put towards it. It all depends on how much you want to put into the pot to determine how many businesses we can assist.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Montero and then Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, thank you, Kimberly. Great work. And it feels like you're overwhelmed because of this program. Because once upon a time, we used to have almost one director of housing and then another person, a coordinator that was dealing with the CDBG and home fund. So now you have everything under your umbrella. So maybe something that we need to look at to give you some help. But let's go to the same track as Ms. Valentine's idea, because I've been asking for this facade improvement program for a long time. And the other day I was talking to Vaughn that if I want you to investigate, instead of us giving the grant or giving the money to the business, can we, the city, contract a contractor that would create those beautiful facade of the business per se on Hawthorne Boulevard, between, let's say, Imperial to Rose Grand, right? And then they will have like we will contact, of course, the business to say, okay, we would like to renovate or improve your facade and make it them uniform, like almost like, you see how the Superior or the connected building is, that beautiful thing, or like the Goodwill. So they will be the same uniform, because when you go to different cities, they all have the same facade, like beautiful ones, right? So maybe if we, the city, can hire the contractor to do all the work, and then so the business, so we would not have to have all these business applying to us for us to give them some money to go do themselves. So we can do the work ourselves to a contractor and to make it uniform, that we would, we select colors and the structure, because that's what I want to see. I don't want to see these mom and pops to look ready. I want them to look beautiful, right? So maybe look into that, because I want maybe we can get more money for our buck, right? More work if we do it as one contractor, renovate the whole facade from Imperial to Rose Grand on Hawthorne Boulevard. And
so that's good. That's great. That's actually how it works. The owner doesn't get the opportunity to design it themselves.
Exactly.
There may be some variances where they can select a few, changes in it, but for the most part, it is uniform through one contractor that the city hires. It's city dollars, so the city determines how it looks. As far as the invitation to the business owners goes, it's, do you want to buy into what we're selling, right?
Yes.
So it's, if they agree with the plan that we've already set in place, then they can move forward with the process. If they don't, then that's out of our control. But you're absolutely correct, and that's how the program works.
Okay, fantastic. And yeah, that is what I want us to concentrate on this, because I think we can create a Hawthorne Boulevard that we can bring those sidewalk cafe, those sidewalk restaurants that look like the beach cities at night, with those heaters, people dining and eating. Okay, that's what I want. I want us to do that. And let's move to the homeless program, because you mentioned about that through the American Rescue we can have about 66 emergency vouchers, right?
Correct.
And today, during the Hawthorne Homeless Task Force, Jesse mentioned that he's seeing a lot of seniors become homeless in this few couple months. Most seniors on the street. That it's not just seniors 55 and over, but he's seeing 50 years old women and men homeless. So maybe that's something, maybe start working with Vaughn and Jesse to come up with some of those programs to help housing these people, especially the seniors that has become homeless, right? Because the seniors, we know they are on fixed income. They're on fixed income, and we know how the rent have sky high in Hawthorne. Even some of them during the COVID, but the rent have increased, tremendously. So some of them have become homeless because they couldn't pay their rent, or maybe they couldn't get the process of getting rental assistance, and they become homeless. So we need to look into that. And thanks God that you also mentioned about the shelter, pallet shelters and safe parking, because we need to work on those. Because again, on that homeless task force, they mentioned about, they have about 100, they help 164 people in their connection, but housing is the issue. How to house these people. So that's a good thing that you have your hands in all those. And like I said, it's tremendous work, right? Because the housing is very important, because shelter, everybody needs a roof in their heads. Okay, it's essential. So thank you. And my hat goes off to you. Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes English. Thank you, Councilmember Montero.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Ms. Mack, good to see you again.
Good evening.
Hi there. So really quick, with the rental assistance program, do we have how many applicants we had collected?
We have 354 total applicants collected.
And how many did we help actually?
We've assisted 68 families so far.
And it's
the average is,
ongoing.
it's ongoing, and it's a lot of back and forth. And I think the administrative work that goes into working with these individuals to get it done is so time consuming, but it's so rewarding at the same time. The average family receives about $3,100 in assistance for those that qualify. And we're still just working away at the applications that we have. We're making it a point to, not turn away anyone that is just outright willing to do what they can. And those that just refuse to, well, we have no choice but to deny those, but we're still working them.
Processing applications, doing what you can. And you're absolutely right. The hardest pressing part of that is the intake and the information that ultimately completes the full application. That's most important. You talked about staff. How many staff members do you have?
Right now, we currently have 9 staff members that are a regular part of our staff, and we have some temporary employees specifically for the Emergency Rental Assistance Grant Program. We'll be having some new staff members come online for the Emergency Business Program. And we also have some temporary South Bay web workers that are assisting us with various portions of the work that we have.
And you have bilingual?
Yes.
Verbal
Spanish.
and yeah.
Verbal and written, yeah.
Okay.
With the HUD programs, the LEP requirement is that we cater to the most populated individuals in our area, and that is English and Spanish for us. So that's a requirement for us. That's something we can never go without doing.
Right. I've heard, for instance, in the city of Los Angeles, in cases that I've been handling, a lot of the seniors that are becoming homeless is due to the fact that they contracted COVID. They've been hospitalized and then ultimately put in rehab facilities, and has literally taken them out of the home. There's no one processing or helping them with regards to their home life, their billing, their things that might be in the mail or waiting at the door for them, and obviously the eviction process, right? Some of them are having problems with their Social Security benefits. They haven't received checks, or there's a loss somewhere in communications with regards to where their Social Security checks are at, because a lot of them are just living paycheck to paycheck. And so there is an uptick to senior housing issues, and that's a concern. I hope that the home program monies that we get, the 2 million plus, that the city might consider looking for property to purchase so that we could rehab those and have those for additional senior housing. I think that's important. Especially considering some of the opportunities that I feel we missed, where the veteran housing that is being developed on Cordero and Rosecrans could have been ultimately a mixed housing development project that accepted all folks that are in need, especially during COVID, which is important. And then the other, 1.8 million CARE Act dollars that we continuously have to, use and have that put aside for those most pressing issues. But the 66 emergency vouchers, I hope that we can ultimately identify those where those are going to be. And I say that because sometimes having to search something out when it's already a need, it's sometimes just delaying stuff. So if we could just find somewhere that, say, for instance, we have 66 individuals that need emergency, where would they be going? What does that look like, right? The safe parking, I had discussed this with the previous city manager, but the safe parking project, Vaughn, we also talked about providing real-time services, which is showers, possible wraparound services that are coming to them while they're at a safe parking location, which is important. And then
absolutely, Councilwoman Reyes English. If I can just tap into that really quick, we're in close talks with Caltrans and service providers to provide those services if we're able to receive permission to operate on the county site for safe parking, i.e. Pallet sheltering. So we look forward to offering wraparound services at that site, showers, counseling, and guidance. So that's something Kimberly and my team have worked on, and hopefully we can get that project up and running. Currently, we're working on RFP to go out to have someone assist us in designing a site plan to get that site up and running.
Okay, that's great to know. There was one other thing, two other things. The facade improvements, that was something that took place years ago. And I think, Mayor, if you remember, there was a facade improvement that was done on some properties along Prairie and 120th.
From the CDBG funds, CDBG.
Yeah, that was CBDG funds, but the facade improvements assisted a lot of these businesses in the past. I'm talking years ago. But because of all the changes that are occurring, and you made reference to that, Ms. Mack, that in the city of Inglewood, there's all this change that is happening, right? And improvements in street infrastructure and just infrastructure in general. But to see facade improvement at all of our corridors of the entrance to our city would be beneficial. I think it not only speaks to, you know, at any point that you might see in our city from, you know, the 4 points of our city or 5, wherever they may be, facade improvements, just running consistent is helpful. I think we get more money in a sense of showing a broader improvement versus just a singular cluster improvement that isn't going to really benefit anybody, but attract, more importantly, the eye from outside. And I say this because of the hotels that are being built and the spillover ultimately that our city is going to be receiving with regards to folks looking for dining, looking for, you know, shelter, housing, looking for a number of things. And unfortunately, it's a trickling effect. There's some cities that might not be favored to seeing homeless more than others, and oftentimes pushes them away onto other cities. And so it's one of those things that we're having to assure that we're ready for, but more importantly, that we're utilizing our dollars best and to ultimately assist as many as those in need. And that's my my hope too. And you're absolutely right. We do get a lot of calls. We do get a lot of complaints, and it's true. Sometimes we get more complaints than thank yous, but at the end of the day, I think we know that we did all we could do to improve the city the best that we know how. But I have to commend you on your staff training for harassment, for fair housing. And I want to see, Vaughn, ultimately across the board that all departments receive the same training. I have to go to regular training, including fraud in a workplace, including COVID standards now that is on the workplace that everybody needs to follow and understand. Obviously the harassment training and all of those trainings that are warranted and given to especially public employees. So anything along that line, I commend you on that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So real quick comment on my behalf. We really appreciate what you do, Kimberly. And yes, we've received the complaints, but you know, if we really filtered through some of those complaints, I mean, you're doing great, you're offering the service, but if we filter through some of those complaints, sometimes they're not giving you what you asked of them. They're still missing things. You know, you guys have told them this, and that, and they're still missing this and this. So, I mean, what can you do with an incomplete application, right? So I totally acknowledge that. And I really appreciate what you and your team has been doing. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot to ask a question because one of the gentlemen approached me. He's a senior guy and he lived in one of townhomes, right? Like a condominium style. He was asking me if we, through that rehabilitation that we used to have, you know, the residential rehabilitation, if townhomes or condominiums are, you know,
eligible for that assistance?
Yeah.
It's single family residence.
That's what I told him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm sorry, but I don't think the townhomes or condominiums can be applied for that. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Kimberly. As we said, we all support you. Thank you for your efforts. Let us know what you need from us. to help you, any improvements that you feel that need to be made, but thank you for what you're doing now.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, team. Mr. City Attorney? Yeah, just a moment. Mr. Interim City Attorney, do we still have that closed session?
Yes, we do.
We do have a closed session, and there's been a little bit of change because it's not a technical conflict of interest, but with respect to the negotiation for Hawthorne Executive Group, there may be an appearance of a conflict. So just for that portion, we're going to do that first. And for that portion, both interim city manager and myself will recuse ourselves because there's a possibility that we may, each of us may end up going back to the executive group. So
good point. And so how many sessions, how many parts to the closed session do we have?
So just for the portion I've asked, so Christine will just sit in for the executive group, and I've asked that be discussed first, the closed session, so that Mr. Norris and myself can come in right after that executive group session has been discussed.
Councilmember Montero, you had a comment or a question?
No, I had a comment just for the finance and interim city manager, especially for the finance department. Start thinking about that Hawthorne next year is going to be a centennial, right? We're going to celebrate 100 years. So we might have to figure it out how we can come up with some a little bit of money to do some events to celebrate 100 years. Okay, so I'll give you more detailed, in the future, near future.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there any comments on the closed session from the public? Well, we're closing out the public hearing that we just had before for the budget review. So that's closed. Now we open up
3 minutes.
No, not just a moment. We haven't closed. So now we're opening up discussion from the public on item number 5. Do we have any comments from the public?
No, we did not receive any comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Felice.
So thank you so much. I will now recess the city council meeting. I will now recess the city council meeting to conduct a closed session for a conference pursuant to the agenda. We're in recess. City council member colleagues, a couple of minutes for rest break.
The City of Hawthorne has revised the Hawthorne Municipal Code 12.04.031 pertaining to sidewalk repair and maintenance. The revised code places new duties and obligations on the property owners adjacent to sidewalks in conformance with the California Streets and Highways Code. The revised municipal code section can be found online at the website shown on the screen. A copy of section 12.04.031 is also available from the city clerk's office. Property owners are encouraged to consult their own legal counsel or insurance companies if they have questions about the legal impact of the new code section.
As the nation's doctor, I often get asked, what should I do if I think I might have coronavirus?
People who are sick should stay home. You don't go to an emergency room, you don't go to a clinic. You get on the phone and you ask for advice and instructions from your physician.
We don't want you to go into the ER or the doctor's office without talking to them first because you might spread coronavirus to someone else. Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.
New York is the canary in the coal mine. What happens to New York is going to wind up happening in your city and in your community. We are going to fight every way we can to save every life that we can. We are all first responders. Your actions can either save or endanger a life. Job one has to be save lives. That has to be the priority.
You have to stay home.
Not just to protect yourself, but to protect others.
Stay at least 6 feet away from other people. 2, arm's length. Just because you're at home
doesn't mean that we can't be alone together.
Together.
washy, wash your hands. Scrub them while you sing this song. Wash, washy, wash. Rub your hands and fingers and the places in between. Using soap and water makes your hands so clean. Wash your hands. Great job, you're almost done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now dry.
Wash your hands for 20 seconds, just like Elmo.
How do you protect yourself and others from coronavirus?
Avoid touching your eyes, your nose, and your mouth.
Wash your hands often with soap and water for 20+ seconds.
Clean and disinfect surfaces and objects.
Together, we can help slow the spread.
When you're interacting with others who are not members of your household in both public and private spaces, wear a cloth face covering. Before you put it on, wash your hands or sanitize them. Before you take it off, make sure your hands are clean. And after you take it off, wash your hands again. Wash your cloth face coverings often. Wear a clean one every single day. Learn more at publichealth.lacounty.gov.
Hello, I'm Gloria Gray, President of the West Basin Municipal Water District Board, where we take pride in delivering safe, reliable water to our communities.
According to the CDC, coronavirus is not transmitted through water.
West Basin works diligently to protect the quality and reliability of the water supply. On behalf of the West Basin Board of Directors, we hope you and your family are staying safe and healthy.
For more information, visit westbasin.org.
Even though California is flourishing in many ways, we are also facing greater challenges than ever due to climate change. Cyclical droughts, intense fire seasons, and pollution endangers human health and the environment. In California, we're doing something about it.
Governor Jerry Brown today signed a bill regulating emissions from landfills to fight climate change.
The Organics Law calls on the state's 40 million residents, its businesses, and every level of government to combat climate change by getting food, green waste, and other organics out of our landfills and get more good food to the 1 in 8 Californians, including the 1 in 5 children who are food insecure. At 23 million tons, organics are by far the largest material type landfilled in California each year. Fortunately, yard, food, and other organic waste can be recycled into compost and renewable natural gas. 1383 requires new rules and regulations to achieve a 50% reduction in organic waste disposal by 2020, a 75% reduction by 2025, and actions to make sure 20% of currently disposed edible food is redirected to Californians in need. Enforcement begins once the law takes effect on January 1st, 2022. Achieving these targets demands a new approach and substantial new investments to restructure the waste management system of the world's fifth largest economy. CalRecycle began rulemaking immediately after the law's passage in 2016. Jurisdictions should start planning now to meet the law's requirements.
1383 will affect every resident and every business in the state of California. CalRecycle is here to help local governments understand and implement this new program.
Start planning now to connect large food waste generators with your local food recovery organizations to help feed hungry people where you live. Start planning now to expand organic waste collection to all homes and businesses in your area and increase your local capacity to recycle this material. Start planning now for rate changes to fund these efforts, new ordinances for mandatory recycling and enforcement, and changes to existing franchise agreements or hauler permit.
Some of this is new and some of it requires more of what you've already been doing, but all of it requires planning now to make sure programs are in place by January 1, 2022.
Recycling organic waste is an essential part of the state strategy and one of the most cost-effective ways every Californian can reduce their own greenhouse gas footprint. Together, California will create a more sustainable future, combat climate change, feed more Californians, and improve the health of our people and our planet. CalRecycle is your committed partner in this effort. Get in touch with us to learn more about available support and resources to help you succeed. And talk to your staff about strategies for the next steps for 1383 implementation.
The City of Hawthorne has revised the Hawthorne Municipal Code 12.04.031 pertaining to sidewalk repair and maintenance. The revised code places new duties and obligations on the property owners adjacent to sidewalks in conformance with the California Streets and Highways Code. The revised municipal code section can be found online at the website shown on the screen. A copy of section 12.04.031 is also available from the city clerk's office. Property owners are encouraged to consult their own legal counsel or insurance companies if they have questions about the legal impact of the new code section.
Residents, we are back in session. The city council met in closed session. Mr. City Attorney, Interim City Attorney, you were director. Yes. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the labor negotiators were instructed. It's a little different than how we announced originally. They've been instructed with respect to every group except the Hawthorne Executive Group.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we will now, is there any comments for the second part of the meeting, Mr. City Clerk?
No, there were any comments were not received.
Okay, we will now go into closed session with the everybody included, with the exception of the interim city manager Vontre Norris, and we're not going to have interim city attorney Robert Kim in there either. Okay, this session, we're adjourned for the closed session. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Eric Chavez, open up the rooms, please. We are now back in session. Per our closed meeting, pursuant to the agenda, Christine, you were instructed, is that correct?
Correct. The labor negotiator was instructed per the HEG group.
Okay. Anything further? If not, thank you all for being here. We've had a few special meetings and lengthy ones, but they've all been very, very, very productive. And all our questions have been asked, and I think we made some great decisions. Go ahead. Okay, so this meeting is now adjourned.